ఓకే స్టోరీ చెప్తారేమో. ఓకే వచ్చిందబ్బా స్టోరీ.
Solo Sikoa lifting Cody Rhodes up. Spear from Roman. Cover, hook to the leg. Cody somehow survives.
Are you kidding me? How? How did Rhodes survive?
Desire is how, Corey. Grit is how, Corey. This is how bad Cody Rhodes wants to finish his story. What the?
ఎవడో వస్తున్నాడబ్బో.
It can't be.
It is.
John Cena's here. Cena's in WrestleMania.
A saving grace for Cody Rhodes. John Cena here to fight off Solo Sikoa.
Solo sent crashing to the outside, courtesy of the franchise.
And an attitude adjustment.
The tribal chief has been dropped.
ఓకే ఇప్పుడు ఆడి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళిపో. నేను ఒక కొద్దు ఏం టేబుల్ కేసి కొట్టేద్దాం అబ్బా. రారమ్మమ్మ రా, తిరుగు. ఓకే.
And now John Cena with Solo Sikoa and through the announce table.
టేబుల్ పగిలింది, ఆడు నిద్రపోతున్నాడు. రాక్ కూడా వస్తున్నాడబ్బా.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on.
You gotta be kidding me.
The final boss is at WrestleMania.
What a moment this is.
Brings back memories from WrestleMania over a decade ago.
Now this is a WrestleMania moment.
Rock and Cena face to face, feeding off the electricity of this crowd.
This is absolutely surreal.
చాలు స్టోరీ సరిపోతుంది. రాక్ బాటం ఇచ్చేసాడు ఎటుకు.
The final boss strikes and Cena is down.
And now The Rock taking off the Mama Rhodes weight belt, and he's going to use it against Cody.
What?
No way. No way. Guys,
what is going on here? We know that music all too well, but
it's Seth Rollins, and a Superman punch by Reigns intercepts Rollins, who's out here in the old Shield gear.
వచ్చాడు తాత.
Now what?
తాత వచ్చాడు, తాత వచ్చాడు. అండర్టేకర్ తాత.
Undertaker's in the ring.
oh my gosh!
the great one face to face with the Reaper at WrestleMania.
Undertaker with the Rock! Choke slam! The Undertaker's back in WrestleMania!
Unreal!
And now Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes struggling to grab a hold of the steel chair in the ring.
Both men struggling to their feet. Roman beats Cody Rhodes. And this could be disastrous for the American Nightmare.
10 years in the making.
The Tribal Chief putting a ghost of his past to rest.
Okay, Cody. Cody.
Roman Reigns setting up, looking for
Yeah,
the spear to put Cody away. No!
Cody catches Roman. Crossroads.
And another crossroads.
Looking for the trifecta now.
Finish the story.
Everybody seems
Okay,
to think
ఇప్పుడు
there was
కొత్త
a
story
miracle
create
the
అవుతుంది.
night the bloodline ended. But anyone who knows this knows that it's going to take more than one bad night to bring us down. If anything, we're just getting started.
ఇదే స్టోరీ ఆల్రెడీ ఆడేశారబ్బా మీరు చాలా మంది, కానీ బాగుంటది గేమ్.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is
వచ్చాడు పాల్ హ్యామన్ గారు.
and I serve as special counsel and the wise man to your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, the undisputed, uncontroverted, unquestioned leader of the Bloodline, the most dominant group in recent memory and in the entire history of WWE.
The Bloodline has all the damn gold.
For nearly 40 years, I have worked for, alongside, and even employed the absolute greatest superstars to ever do it.
Just how dangerous do you want to live?
I've created the Dangerous Alliance, led an extreme revolution with ECW, and managed the most legendary of all champions. And for me, none of that compares to the relationship I've built with the Anawa'i, Fatu, and Maivia families, the triumvirate that composes this dynasty that we know more colloquially as the Bloodline. My time with this family goes back 40 years. I've led them into battle, strategized with them, and have watched their children grow into top-tier superstars who have also created their own impressive legacies. And so it is my great honor to serve as your host for the WWE 2K25 showcase featuring a dynasty like no other, the Bloodline.
When you look at this incredible family tree, this is proof that there is only one royal family in professional wrestling, bound by blood.
A blood bond forged between High Chief Peter Maivia and Amatua Anai Anawa'i, the father of Atha and Sika, the wild Samoans, created a force that has dominated professional wrestling for over 5 decades. An elite collection boasting names like the Wild Samoans, Atha and Sika, as well as The Rock, Rikishi, Umaga, Yokozuna, Nia Jax, Jimmy and Jey Uso, Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, and of course, your tribal chief, Roman Reigns. They've owned championships, filled arenas, packed stadiums, broken box office records, years and decades of dedication to the craft, perfecting their art with each passing generation, ultimately leading us to right here, right now, with the Bloodline having dominated WWE for the last half decade. As your humble wise man, it is my duty to take you through some of the most ferocious battles featuring the greatest warriors in the family. Not everything goes according to plan, and this year we're going to give you a chance to right the historical wrongs and change history to bring more glory to the bloodline. It's our showcase, after all. Honestly, their only real competition is themselves.
Acknowledge me!
All of this fighting amongst each other, this constant power struggle, I won't let all of that ruin this moment. Because it's not just about Solo Sikoa or Roman Reigns. It's not just about the Usos. It's about every single member of their family that came before them, who built the lineage, and who made them into the superstars that they've become today. It's been said elsewhere that wrestling has more than one royal family. That's undeniably true. Also undeniably true is that for all of those other families, there's only one bloodline dynasty.
అమ్మ అయిందబ్బా ఏడ్సోది. ఓకే మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు ఏడ్చోదా, మళ్ళీ సో చెప్తాడు ఇప్పుడు.
In a family that specialized in brute force over the years, perhaps no one better personified this than Rodney Anoa'i, nephew to the Wild Samoans, better known to the WWE Universe as the mighty Yokozuna. The family's first world heavyweight champion, Yokozuna arrived to WWE in the fall of 1992, an imposing behemoth to say the least. Yokozuna would make an immediate statement, winning the 1993 Royal Rumble just a few months after his debut. This victory would grant him a WWE Championship match at WrestleMania 9, where he took on Bret the Hitman Hart. This meteoric rise to the top was only a hint of the dominance Yokozuna would have on WWE for the next year. 2 WWE championships, a WWE Tag Team Championship, victory over the era's titans like Bret Hart, Undertaker, Lex Luger, and Hulk Hogan.
Yokozuna is my middle name. I'm named after my uncle. I carry it with like so much pride and weight on my shoulders just because of like what he's done for this business and like who he is as a person too. It's a cool middle name to have, man. I represent it with the pride, man, that I have. Hopefully, man, I'm making him proud by doing that.
The manner in which Yokozuna melded incredible size with unspeakable agility shocked the WWE Universe, who to that point were used to their monsters hitting hard but moving slow. Yokozuna broke the mold, punishing opponents with super kicks, uranagis, leg drops, and of course, his devastating banzai drop. A maneuver so effective that once it had connected, nobody kicked out of it. Nobody.
Rodney was a very unique talent. I think the way he was able to handle all the pressure, it was kind of parallel to how he was in the ring. For someone to be so big and to be so nimble, you just don't see that very often. Rodney was one of those first solo guys, singles competitor guys that was able to go out there and really just make waves, make a big splash. I mean, pun intended, I guess. That fool jumped in the pool, he'd knock out all the water, and that's the way it felt sometimes. He would go into those arenas and just suck in all the energy and be able to give it back. So when I look at Rodney, I see someone very similar to me, someone who understands the top, the very, very top of the game, the top position, and everything that goes along with it.
In a career filled with so many highlight reel moments, perhaps nothing stands out more than when Yokozuna faced and defeated the so-called immortal Hulk Hogan at the first King of the Ring event in 1993. Looking to humiliate Hogan after the Hulkster stole Yokozuna's WWE Championship only 2 minutes after Yokozuna defeated Bret Hart for the title months earlier at WrestleMania 9, Yokozuna entered the ring totally focused on the task at hand. And on that night, He not only got revenge, but his victory would send Hogan packing from WWE for nearly 9 years.
Hulk Hogan is finished.
Many felt that Yokozuna had indeed killed Hulkamania. Now you get to possess the power of the mighty Yokozuna and deal out punishment to Hulk Hogan to walk out of the King of the Ring, a 2-time WWE champion. Showcase the ability and the agility that made Yokozuna a Hall of Fame performer and take Hulkamania down.
వీడు సోది అనలేకపోయాను ఇవన్నీ ఎవరు ఒక ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చూడాలా
The past doesn't matter. Here's where it counts. Here is where it's settled. The prize is on the line. Emanating from King of the Ring 1993 alongside Corey Graves and Byron Saxton, where Yokozuna.
Oh no, bear hug a This is not good.
And he decides to let his opponent out of the hold.
Might have felt like he was losing a grip and didn't want the opposition to counter out of the submission.
Down to Otis and a double axe handle smash.
Some folks thought Bret Hart should have had this rematch against Hogan, but the president of WWE has made the controversial decision to give Yokozuna the title match.
Indeed, there will be no rematch for Bret, who, I might add, lost the title after Mr. Fuji interfered on Yokozuna's behalf. Instead, he was given an automatic entry into tonight's King of the Ring tournament.
The Hitman has certainly capitalized on that opportunity, already defeating Razor Ramon and Mr. Perfect tonight. Now, can he finish the job in the main event and win the King of the Ring? Brought in the hard way. Just discarded the champ like a chump. Being set up in the corner for something.
Non-stop blows. Still so much more action to come after this amazing matchup. Of course, we have the King of the Ring finals later, but before then, there will be an 8-man tag team match with the Steiner brothers and the Head Shrinkers on opposite sides.
You want to talk about unfinished business from WrestleMania? Those two teams went to war back in Vegas, and I expect even more hard hits here.
Get it locked in. I didn't expect him to just let go.
I don't know what he's thinking, but he needs to focus on the task at hand.
Flapjack. God, landing face first. No mercy being shown to Hogan here.
Yokozuna taking the fight to Hulk Hogan. The Hulkster's rocked. We know the sold-out crowd here in Dayton is firmly behind the Hulkster. Hogan is relying on the fans. He wants to hear them cheer. He wants to draw strength from all of them.
But Yokozuna is completely focused. He has not taken his eyes off Hogan since the bell rang. He is ready, believe me. You know, Hogan slimming down may have an adverse side effect.
Perched up top.
All the way to the outside.
I can't believe what we just saw. I can't believe that didn't miss. It's out of the way of that one. And we know that look well, gentlemen. It says, what you gonna do?
Momentum is really on Yokozuna's side.
Yokozuna making Hogan regret wanting this match. I love it.
Piercing the throat.
And gentlemen, Yokozuna may be but one move away from ending Hulkamania.
The camera lights are flashing. Yokozuna is...
Yoko now. Belly to belly slam.
That's got to be the end of Hulkamania.
Pro story.
Jimmy Hart trying to rally. And a kick out by Hogan with authority.
Hulk Hogan's not done yet. Hulk Hogan is coming alive.
Yokozuna back to his feet. Big chop to Hogan. And Hogan's starting to hulk up here.
How many times have we seen this over the years?
These massive strikes from Yokozuna having absolutely no effect on Hogan.
Hogan fired up. Hogan's ready to go.
Hogan feeding off the energy of all the Hulkamaniacs.
And here comes Hulk. And Yokozuna being backed up to the ropes. Big boot.
I can't believe Yokozuna's still standing.
Hogan continuing to pour on the offense. A second big boot, but Yoko still on his feet.
Don't let up, Hulkster. Keep swinging, keep firing away.
That boot, Yoko staggering,
There
stunning,
we
and he's
go.
down.
Drop the leg, Hogan. Drop the leg.
Hogan, leg drop. Here's the cover on Yoko, who kicked out of the leg drop.
What? Get Mr. Fuji out of there. Hogan feeding off the energy. Wait a minute. What is that photographer doing on the apron?
There's a match going on. What the heck?
What was that?
What in the world just happened here?
Oh, no.
Yokozuna demonstrating his full power. Hogan's in trouble.
The big leg drop by Yoko.
And Yokozuna just taking this to the next level with that move. Just a dominating maneuver.
And would you look at that? He just let go of the submission.
Maybe he did the damage he meant to do.
Yoko says this one's over. Bonsai drop.
Are we headed towards a title change?
Yokozuna perched up top.
Perched up top.
Diving knee drop. An overbearing assault on Hogan now.
And these opponents are at an impasse.
He wastes no time dodging the attack.
Clothesline. Off with their head. Now a big swing of momentum against Hogan.
Hulkster has to find a way, find some energy.
Ooh! Strong kick.
My goodness.
The big man, Yokozuna.
Devastating leg drop. Propped up in the corner.
A colossal headbutt from Yokozuna, and the big man looking to end it all right here. Yoko making the climb to the middle rope.
Bonsai drop. Can the champ recover from that?
There's two.
And Yokozuna is once again champion.
I can't believe it.
The winner of this bout, and new WWE Champion, Yokozuna.
We have the official word. Yokozuna is indeed the new WWE Champion. We may have just witnessed the end of Hulkamania, gentlemen.
There's no may about it, Cole. Yokozuna just conquered Hogan, and every newspaper in Japan is going to...
Our next chapter sees the showcase spotlight shine on an area in which the family built their legacy: tag team wrestling. Starting with the Wild Samoans, Afa and Sika, all the way through to more recent champions like the Usos or Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. This dynasty has always excelled in tag team competition, consistently showing an ability to dominate the division with a wide variety of looks. And the first team that we will look at, accompanied to the ring by Afa himself.
Fatu and Samu, the Head Shrinkers.
They put the fear in people's hearts. That's what the head shrinkers did back in the day. Second to none in that ring. You know, hard-nosed, battle-tested. They went for it every single night.
More astute fans may also know that early in their journeys, Samu and Fatu were managed by me, Paul Heyman, then known as Paul E. Dangerously, and the SST, the Samoan SWAT team.
The Samoan SWAT team is here. Vengeance is mine.
Already an imposing force
Heyman
that early on, their future greatness was obvious to so many industry experts. Alpha, more than anybody, knew he had the team on his hands, with Samu being his son and Fatu his nephew. The tribal elder was able to mentor both, instilling in them the same unrelenting approach to competition that made the wild Samoans world famous. The team toured through regional promotions before a quick stop with me in WCW, but WWE was always their goal.
The Headslingers are coming.
Upon arrival, it was clear that the dynasty's next generation had indeed arrived, immediately drawing comparisons to their world-renowned predecessors. 10 years before it became cool to say, Samu and Fatu displayed ruthless aggression in the ring, overwhelming opponents before the bell and continuing the non-stop attack until their hands were raised in victory. Deceptively agile for men of their size, they brutalized the opposition with devastating dives from the top rope. The duo would eventually go on to capture the WWE Tag Team Championships in the spring of 1994, fulfilling the promise and carrying the legacy to even greater heights. At WrestleMania 9, the Head Shrinkers' one and only in-ring WrestleMania appearance saw them taking on Rick and Scott, the Steiner brothers.
Be prepared, Steiner brothers. We're gonna give you a pain that you have never felt before.
While I'm not one to make excuses, I am one to give opportunities to you, our expert gaming member of the WWE Universe. And so, today, you have the opportunity to make things right. WrestleMania 9, Las Vegas, Nevada. The Steiners performed at a near-perfect level that day, able to find every reversal and in the chaos emerge victorious. We are asking you to fix that, stop them in their tracks, and get the Head Shrinkers that WrestleMania victory you and I both know they deserve. But if you're not careful, you're going to find yourself reliving the very same memories that have haunted Samu and Fatu for years. Steiner lines, suplexes, Frankensteiners that will all bring your evening to a vicious, miserable end.
One of the toughest teams in WWE history.
Nearly 600 pounds of pure savagery.
Is a tag team match set for one fall.
The Steiner brothers getting a tremendous ovation here in their first WrestleMania, and we'll see if they can carry on Michigan's winning ways.
And their opponents at a combined weight of 531 pounds.
Potential show-stealing match, guys. Two very hungry tag teams facing off.
Indeed, Michael, the Head Shrinkers and Steiner brothers are both new to the tag division in WWE, but Both teams are off to an amazing start so far.
You have to imagine whichever team wins this high-profile fight becomes an instant top contender for the tag team championship. And with two teams this physical on such a big stage, it is indeed going to be a fight.
The Head Shrinkers and Steiners are two of the brightest young teams in WWE, but they both come to this match with a few years of experience in WCW.
The Steiner brothers earned many tag accolades in WCW, but Rick and Scott have
From the top!
And does not get it. I've seen Samu and Fatu headbutt each other during matches. If they do that to their own flesh and blood, who knows what they'll do to the Steiners?
It's just a byproduct of the brutal take-no-prisoners offense of the Head Shrinkers, Byron. These guys will bite, scratch, and claw their way to a win. Rulebook be damned.
And with Rick and Scott coming from an amateur collegiate background, they might be a bit more hesitant to bend the rules. Hopefully the Steiners can adapt, and fast.
From the top!
Diving headbutt!
I don't care how much you train, you can't prepare for a commercial airliner to come crashing down on you like that.
Oh, Steiner fell right into that one. Head Shrinkers accompanied at ringside by Alpha, but he's not the only tag team legend serving in a managerial role tonight.
That's right, Michael. Just like Alpha, earned many WWE tag titles as a wrestler. But now, he's hoping to lead Yokozuna to the WWE Championship.
And looking at all the top young talent in this ring, I see many other main event stars of the future that could follow the lineage of Yoko.
Lift it up. What's next?
Ooh. Oh, man, he is more than fired up right now.
He's got to make some moves here or suffer the countout. And back in.
Watch out!
Running Bulldog.
Is that enough to finally put down the Head Shrinkers?
Makes the save, and they continue this match. Samu and Fatu, already some success in the tag division tonight, could really be their coming out party.
Well, they certainly have a tradition to uphold, Cole. The man in their corner, Alpha, has held the WWE tag titles on 3 occasions, and he's primed to bring the Head Shrinkers to the top as well. Put into the corner, what could be next?
Oh, the headbutt. Running knee. Power slam. Doesn't want to be on the top rope like this.
Shoved all the way to the outside.
Rick is losing grip of this match now.
The Head Shrinkers smartly keeping themselves out of the grasp of Rick and Scott Steiner.
There is a method to the madness of the Head Shrinkers.
Before this match began, you heard the Steiners speak backstage. Scott saying, quote, "Me and my brother are going to go out with a game plan and do what we do best, and that's wrestle."
That's all well and good for the Steiner brothers, but Alpha has gone on record saying that his men are looking to tear Rick and Scott's heads off.
Man. Indy counters. Placing him in the corner. And saw what was coming there.
Oh, running STO plants him.
Nicely done.
Catches the kick. Clothesline.
He got it! Tag me!
Clothesline! He's going for the pin. Kicks out before the 2 count.
Wow, I thought this was over.
An elbow will break that up.
earth-shaking power slam. He's in a bad spot on that turnbuckle.
And Scott with the wherewithal to counter. DDT! Just like that, he's busted wide open.
Opening up the floodgates. Into a powerbomb. Wow.
And we are really seeing the amazing skill sets of all four men in this tag team showcase.
We already knew about the brawling of the head.
No doubt this competitor has more punishment in mind. Upping the ante here from the middle rope. What in the world?
This does not look good, Byron. Not much room to work with. Both superstars on the rope. Samoan drop. Pulled back into the hip toss.
Oh, tossed to ringside. Shoulder tackle.
The WWE Universe is pouring more fuel on his fire right now.
Gets driven into the corner. Oh, compressed in the corner.
Dominating shoulder tackle.
He managed to get one over on the experienced Steiner there.
Yeah, Fatu just brought the fight to him.
Tag made.
Fatu took some crucial damage there. And there goes Steiner sent outside the ring.
Fatu like a one-man wrecking machine right now, cleaning house.
Oh, look at this, the power by Scott Steiner.
But the tag was made and Scott not aware.
Big kick.
Scott Steiner did not see the blind tag made by Samu.
Oh, this is not looking good for Steiner.
And this is what the head shrinkers do. Top-tier tag team wrestling. Steiner didn't see the tag, decided to hot dog around, and got a foot in the face for it.
Clothesline in the corner. Some of those skills all the way up top.
Oh, look out.
Elbow connects.
Oh! Oh, Steiner anticipated that. Anticipated that.
And into the corner he goes.
Oh, shoulder to the gut.
Oof, nails the midsection. Stopped them in their tracks with a kick to the gut.
What a headbutt.
Vicious.
Oh, are you kidding me? Is that a bite?
Oh, that's not sanitary.
Flat out power into the scoop slam. And he's being somewhat backed into a corner right now.
Yeah, this tag team match has seen its fair share of tide changes, and it's not over yet.
And guys, what a war we're witnessing between the Steiners and the head shrinkers.
This is the trickiest bet in all of Vegas, Cole. Both teams so evenly matched, I wouldn't know who to bet on.
Clubbing forearm. And he stonewalls Samu. Oh, here we go. Suplex. Pile driver.
What? Thanks for coming. Big move from the Steiners. Might just end things.
Isolating the arm. Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a smash.
That is just insulting.
Impressive display of power.
Oof. Getting set up in the corner now.
Trading counters here. We're seeing one response after another. Neither superstar gaining a foothold.
Tag. Double team coming.
Driven down face first.
That's it. No way the Steiners come back now.
Save made by the teammate.
Not a moment too soon.
Oh! Both teams giving everything they can here at WrestleMania.
Samu, Fatu, Rick, and Scott, all four men proving to be true gladiators in this battle.
And he throws the opposition back into the ring. Boom! Face first. Whip back into the ring. He's climbing the turnbuckles to the top. Looking for something
From the top.
top down. Taking a chance one more time and landing with incredible impact.
Taking flight.
Big splash.
And the head shrinkers just might have it.
2 count. And the head shrinkers get the win.
Here are your winners, Samu and Fatu, the Head Shrinkers.
And what a huge win for the head shrinkers tonight.
Samu and Fatu making their family proud and proving themselves as top contenders in the tag division.
Hey, let's put this in the simplest of all terms. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is the biggest celebrity on the face of the planet today. Now, whether he's a blue chipper, the people's champion, or as we know him right now, the final boss, The Rock has always commanded all of the attention in the arena since the very first moment he made his WWE debut at the 1996 Survivor Series. Born into this business, The Rock would become WWE's first ever third-generation superstar, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. Who had competed in WWE rings before him.
Dwayne had a huge responsibility. There's a legacy, and you have to take it so seriously.
Even with incredibly high expectations, the Great One surpassed them all. Along with the usual achievements, if your name is The Rock: 2 Intercontinental Championships, 5 Tag Team Championships, 8 WWE Heavyweight Championships, a Royal Rumble victory, not even to forget the fact that The Rock once led an entire nation. The Rock has one of the more noteworthy feats in WWE history, earning WrestleMania victories over Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and John Cena. Each of these men are known as the faces of their respective era. Each of these men found out what happens when you go one-on-one. Oh, you know the rest. Of course, The Rock rivaled Stone Cold Steve Austin's popularity during the vaunted Attitude Era, tearing opponents down with rock bottoms and people's elbows while tearing them apart on the mic with cutting one-liners and catchphrases that are still recited to this day.
If you smell, know your role and shut your mouth.
he ended CM Punk's 434-day title reign as WWE Champion at the 2013 Royal Rumble as well, after having only competed twice over the previous 9 years, displaying the always ready mentality and physical conditioning on which he has built his global brand. But you don't need me to rattle off The Rock's resume to you, now do you? Of course not. The man is an occasion unto himself. He has headlined the biggest events against WWE's most iconic superstars and has always found a way to, how does he put it? Layeth the smackdown on some jabroni's candy ass. I couldn't have said it better myself, although I think I may have just done that. But indeed, he has. On a Thursday night in February of 1997, The Rock, still known as Rocky Maivia, would find himself challenging for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Only a few months into his tenure, he would be matched up against a face that would ultimately become one of his most familiar and hated rivals, Triple H, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Seemingly overmatched by a more seasoned opponent, a youthful Rock would demonstrate all the traits that have come to define him in the years since. Tenacity, high IQ, and that legendary Samoan strength to ultimately surprise Helmsley and kick off the first championship reign for Rocky Maivia. It would be the first step of a journey that has ultimately led The Rock into the pantheon of WWE's elite. So now it's all in your hands. It's up to you to showcase the undying drive that makes The Rock the hardest worker in the room to deliver a shocking upset against the Greenwich snob himself. Guide The Rock to victory over Triple H at a very special Thursday, Raw Thursday, to give the first jolts to what would become the most electrifying career in sports entertainment.
And here comes the number one contender, at least for tonight, Rocky Maivia.
The following contest, scheduled for one fall, is for the WWE Intercontinental.
On his way to defend the Intercontinental Championship, Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
His opponent, from Greenwich, Connecticut, weighing in at 246 pounds, the WWE Intercontinental Champion, Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Helmsley is scheduled to face another challenger at an upcoming show this Sunday, and he's taking the risk, stepping in here against a newcomer, Rocky Maivia.
Well, you can consider it risky, you can consider it overconfident, but any way you look at it, it's a dangerous move by Helmsley to take on an athlete who has been on a real roll. Rocky Maivia has been successful thus far in WWE, and Rocky is focused. Rocky is only thinking about tonight.
Saxton, just curious, have you ever exercised your right to remain silent? I am tired of all this talk about Rocky Maivia. Yeah, he's been on a roll, but it could all come to a screeching halt tonight at the hands of Hunter Hearst Helmsley. You can see it in the eyes of each individual. Only razor-sharp focus when this much is on the line.
Intercontinental title hangs in the balance tonight in a match between our fine champion Hunter Hearst Helmsley and the young challenger Rocky Maivia.
Rocky Maivia has a lot to prove here. The third-generation up-and-comer would love nothing more than to grab his first championship tonight and send a message to the WWE that Rocky Maivia has arrived.
But Hunter Hearst Helmsley will do everything in his considerable power to stop that from happening. And as far as Helmsley is concerned, Maivia is barely even worth his time.
Perched up top. Whoa, look out. The 1-2 punch of high risk, high reward.
Counters right back on Rocky. Intercontinental Championship at stake right here in Lowell, Massachusetts. We're expecting an emotional night for all of us, considering that Shawn Michaels will forfeit the WWE Championship live tonight.
Yeah, I saw a very dejected HBK earlier today. I couldn't even get him to crack a smile at all.
Well, that's just because no one's ever happy to see you, Saxton. Headed out of the ring, but the counter's looming. Oh,
Inverted atomic drop.
boom! And Rocky there not showing any signs of being intimidated.
If Rocky Maivia is going to take down the more polished and experienced Hunter Hearst Helmsley, he's going to have to do it with unrelenting energy. Rocky has to keep coming at the champion with big attacks until Helmsley collapses under the onslaught.
It's a bold strategy that will take everything the young Maivia from the top. Elbow drop. Oh,
Piercing elbow.
this is what it's going to take. You have to go all out if you want.
From the top! Oh, the high risk pays off. Fortune favors the bold. These risks could be a winning strategy. Incoming!
Nobody home. What an impact. And Byron, Rocky has tremendous exuberance, tremendous youth. He's going to be a star for a long time.
I think Rocky Maivia shows more promise than any other wrestlers I've seen come into WWE. You talk about second-generation wrestlers, but with Rocky, which
Perched up top!
Knee drop. Maivia dishing it out now.
Maivia keeps bringing the energy, and Helmsley
Up high.
Oh, shit.
Man, he laid it rough there.
Assaulting the knee with purpose. Stopping the arm.
He's getting back up, but I don't think he's going to like what he finds. He almost got caught by that one.
And conspicuous by his absence is the butler of Hunter Hearst Helmsley, who has been intervening in matches as of late. Who knows if he might show up.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just another thing Maivia needs to worry about.
Rocky has bigger problems in the ring, gentlemen. Biggest match he's ever had. Live, worldwide television. He's got to have a stomach full of butterflies.
And that looked like a rag doll being thrown around. And this one could be moving to ringside. Oh, man. Rocky beats him to the punch.
Oh, heavy contact into the steel steps.
One step ahead there. And watching from home is Rocky Johnson, the father of Rocky Maivia, former WWE Tag Team.
Flying.
And does not get it.
Oh, walloped by a huge club.
And he retaliates.
Up and hurting his shoulder.
It just got his... Hold on a second. Could be a matter of time. Submission. So much for the submission hold. He just lets go.
His grip strength might have run out.
Eats a punch to...
The rope saving.
Well spotted by our official.
Short clothesline.
Before this match, I was talking to Helmsley, and he said he can beat the snot out of this Maivia kid in less than 10 minutes. In fact, he was showing me on his watch. Did you know he has a timepiece that costs $20,000?
Confident words from Hunter Hearst.
Perched up top.
Knee drop.
Maivia took to the sky and executed that high risk perfectly. I don't think Helmsley had that scouted at all.
And he's looking
Sky high.
through the air. And connects.
Adrenaline can make you do crazy things. Exhibit A, right there.
Helmsley has no control here.
The power of Rocky Maivia is too much for Helmsley right now.
And looking to cause some damage by attacking the skull.
Okay.
Oh, man.
And he slides him back to the mat.
We can see a count out here.
Breaks the count by getting back in time.
Oh, tossed to ringside. And he's going to the outside, which will start a count out. A face buster knee smash.
That looks painful.
Helmsley with a ruthless attack, and he might have Maivia here.
Gets tossed back into the mat. Maivia way up high. And Helmsley obviously has been trying to get inside Rocky Maivia's head to frustrate him. Hunter on the receiving end. He gets sent straight down to the floor.
Looks like Rocky is locked in on his opponent. From the apron. Oof. That'll teach him not to showboat in the middle of a match.
And he gets delivered back into the ring. Hunter whipped into the corner. Nobody home. Rocky hit hard. And now Hunter looks to take over this match.
Helmsley muscling Maivia up to the top turnbuckle and a big right hand.
Helmsley with something big in mind here for his challenger tonight.
Well, this is just blatant disrespect from the arrogant champion.
Almost daring Rocky. Hey, you really want my title? You really think you're going to be Intercontinental Champion?
Up to the top. Hooking Rocky into a superplex. This could be it. Can Hunter capitalize? This could be it. Hook of the leg and a cover. And Rocky stays in it, getting his shoulder up.
Still not enough to put out the flame of Rocky Maivia.
Hunter has to be asking himself, what else do I have in my arsenal? And I think we may get our answer, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, I believe, before this one's over. Hunter hooking Rocky, taking his time, looking to put him away.
Maivia just collapsed.
This just shows you how much damage Hunter Hearst Helmsley has inflicted on the challenger in this matchup.
I think Maivia's done. Official might want to step in, call this one.
The official checking on Rocky. Hunter Hearst Helmsley believes this is close to being over. Lifting him back up again. Rocky rolls through. Shoulders down. Rocky wins the title.
Rocky Maivia has shocked Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Here is your winner and the Intercontinental Champion, Rocky Maivia.
We have a new Intercontinental Champion.
In a family of elite combat athletes and top-tier performers, the final boss has always stood out, even when he was just a blue chipper. But there wouldn't be a final boss, there wouldn't even be a bloodline if it wasn't for The Rock's grandfather, the High Chief Peter Maivia. You can think of him as the first boss. Predecessor to the tribal chief.
He is one of, if not the foundation for our family. The Anawa'i Fatu Maivia wrestling dynasty. I don't think there's anybody more responsible for what's going on now than the High Chief himself.
Peter Maivia isn't simply one of the two principals behind the sacred blood bond. He's also an incredibly decorated professional wrestler who traveled the world and won titles everywhere he went. New Zealand, Japan, Europe, and here in the United States, where he enjoyed especially successful runs in Hawaii and California. Maivia would eventually find his way to WWE, engaging in legendary battles with the likes of superstar Billy Graham. His larger-than-life personality would win the WWE Universe over in short order, as it had throughout his entire career. In the ring, High Chief Peter Maivia was a potent blend of brawn and grappling technique, often muscling his opponents down to the mat through a variety of joint locks and then switching to more painful holds once grounded. His sleeper hold and stump puller were both feared and renowned, and make no mistake about it, Maivia knew there was always more than one path to the ultimate victory. Out of the ring, High Chief Peter Maivia also ran one of the most successful wrestling promotions on the planet, Polynesian Pro Wrestling, based out of Hawaii, showing his mastery of the business in every aspect. His induction into WWE's Hall of Fame class of 2008 was supremely deserved, forever enshrining Peter Maivia as the legend he always was. And now, we present to you the opportunity to walk in the boots of the legendary High Chief Peter Maivia, facing off against one of the most legendary WWE rivals, George the Animal Steele. You will settle this score once and forever, and showcase the overwhelming strength of Peter Maivia, which has ever since remained as a hallmark for every single solitary member of this bloodline. Steele is no easy battle, though. He thrives in the chaos, one of pro wrestling's true madmen. He'll even try to eat part of the ring if he thinks it'll help him break you down. So do your best and honor High Chief Peter Maivia properly with a resounding victory.
Uh-oh, somebody called the local zoo.
And strolling down the aisle, the opponent of George Steele, Peter Maivia.
Always a chaotic matchup.
His opponent.
High Chief Peter Maivia taking on George the Animal Steele in a steel cage match. Quite a heated history between these two guys.
Yeah, Michael, and I think it's because Maivia is one of the few superstars brave enough to take on the Animal. Most of their contests have ended in countouts or disqualifications. Thanks to the cage, we'll get a decisive victory in this ring.
Well, that really depends on if a cage can even contain them.
The Animal has to be elated to be in this steel cage against one of his biggest rivals, no less.
Yeah, Byron, we've seen the Animal brandish a weapon against Peter Maivia before when it was against the rules. The High Chief better be prepared for Steele to get even crazier.
Oh, Maivia's prepared, all right. The man is extremely tough and agile. In fact, the High Chief's entire body can be considered a weapon.
Two very opposing styles in every sense sense of the word, Corey. High Chief Maivia is a much more physically gifted and talented athlete in the ring than Steel. What's it going to take for the animal to get the upper hand here?
Well, he's got to be even more chaotic than ever inside this cage. Nothing about Steel makes sense to someone as traditional as Maivia. There's never any telling what the animal's going to do in a match, and he needs to keep it that way.
Vertical suplex. Nice. When a man like Peter Maivia signs up for a match with the animal, he doesn't know what to expect, just to expect anything in the world.
Peter Maivia knows full well that he's in for some unusual treatment tonight. In fact, Steel often has trouble finding opponents due to his erratic nature.
But when it comes to competition, the High Chief wants to prove he's worthy of that name. Peter Maivia will take on any competitors, no matter the difficulty.
Big back body drop.
You see that height on that?
He could be enjoying the moment too much, giving his opponent a lot of room to recover.
Dropped him with a big shoulder tackle.
George the Animal Steel might be a bit of an underdog here. In fact, he lost a match by countout to the High Chief.
In Steel's defense, I'm not sure he knows how to count exactly, or how to read a rule book. So he's got to be happy to be in this cage.
Well, Maivia is called the High Chief in part because of his commanding presence in the ring. He's more than ready for what the animal will throw at him, even inside a cage.
Maivia just dominated the animal with that one. All the way up for a suplex. No. Wiggles free.
Escapes and a chop block takes him down.
Gentlemen, we've touched on the differences between Maivia and Steel as competitors. One man based on order, the other on chaos, but it's reflected in their looks, too.
From the heavens, splash from the top.
Peter Maivia is looking unstoppable now.
And you can see Steel is struggling to weather the storm of the High Chief.
And Steel isn't looking helpless anymore.
This could be a good chance for Steel to get some distance and rethink things.
He took a vicious hit there.
Oh, gosh, I hope we've got medical staff standing by. Yeah, it sure looks like we'll need them. Takes their breath out. Effective counter. Lots of counters from each athlete.
Another big move.
Backbreaker. Is it enough? Is it enough for Peter Maivia?
Peter Maivia very tough, but he also has movie star good looks. Quite the combo.
And it served him well, Michael. In fact, the High Chief has major acting and stunt credits to his name. And who knows? Maybe we'll see the Maivia name on Hollywood billboards again sometime.
Well, before any of that happens, the High Chief needs to survive this war against the animal. Peter Maivia just rubbing it in now.
Talk about the knee.
Maivia overwhelming his opponent here.
Yeah, Maivia has really figured the animal out here.
Ouch. Oh, man, taking it to the trachea. And he stops that offense. George the Animal Steel is not a wrestler by any stretch of the imagination, guys. He's a true brawler.
And he might be the best brawler in WWE, Michael.
Wait a minute, setting in. Devastating submission coming.
And you can see the arm getting absolutely wrenched here.
Expert strategy coming into play now.
Able to punch his way out. Running power slam.
What contact. Overhead chop. Big impact. Some folks call Peter Maivia the Flying Hawaiian. And the reasons are obvious for that, Michael. But guys, how does he earn the other nickname of the High Chief?
Well, Cole, Peter Maivia is very close to the... Wait, trouble here. Can he get it fully locked in?
Hammerlock applied. Able to punch his way out. Running power slam.
2 బాక్స్లో ఒక
Momentum is all with Maivia now.
A series of disabling maneuvers from Peter Maivia. Tremendous pressure applied.
Maivia has steel in his sights, looking to put the animal down. He's going back to the ring. Backbreaker. And George is laid out.
Maivia looking at it all here. Releasing the pin. He's adding insult to injury. Measuring it up one more time. Backbreaker.
It's over. You can't survive that again. Cover, cover, cover.
2. And the High Chief defeats the animal.
Here is your winner, High Chief Peter Maivia.
Anytime these two have faced off, it's been eye for an eye. But the steel cage has finally delivered a decisive victory for the High Chief, Peter Maivia.
George Steele is one tough animal, but the way Maivia faced him in the cage tonight just reinforced what everyone already knew, that the High Chief is one tough Samoan.
She's not like most girls. She's also not like most WWE superstars. Nia Jax, the reigning queen of the ring, is a reckoning, a force of nature that blitzes right through her competition. A cousin of The Rock, Nia Jax arrived in NXT almost 10 years ago with astronomical expectations. Undaunted, Nia Jax would dominate early opponents, finding herself competing for the NXT Women's Championship mere months after her debut. It did not take long for those running Raw and SmackDown to take notice.
Well, our next pick, Nia Jax!
And Nia Jax would join the Raw roster as part of the 2016 Draft Lottery. And since joining the main roster, absolutely no one has been safe from Nia Jax. She is a 2-time women's champion. She is a 2-time women's tag team champion. She competed in the men's Royal Rumble match in 2019, even getting an elimination while in the ring.
Nia Jax looking to eliminate. She does.
She's battled standouts like Charlotte, Bayley, and Becky Lynch. And all the while, she has left undeniable destruction in her wake. In the ring, she applies many of the same tactics that once benefited Yokozuna, even using her own version of the Banzai Drop, known as the Annihilator. And just like its namesake, if it connects, your night is over. And Nia Jax remains driven for even more success, jumping at any opportunity to prove her dominance. This last year, that included entering into the 2024 Queen of the Ring tournament after earning victories over Naomi, Jade Cargill, and Bianca Belair. Nia Jax would fight her way into the finals, taking on former NXT Women's Champion Lyra Valkyria. Valkyria built a lot of momentum, defeating Dakota Kai, Zoe Stark, and Io Sky to punch her ticket into the final at the Queen and King of the Ring. With an obvious game plan, Lyra would look to stick and move, avoiding the colossal attacks of her opponent. Unfortunately, as often happens when competing against Nia Jax, Lyra made one miscalculation, and that error in judgment provided Nia Jax with the opening she needed to annihilate her competition. This is your opportunity to crown the first queen in Bloodline history. Make Lyra suffer. Make her regret ever entering your ring. Showcase the otherworldly power that forces an entire roster to cower in your presence. Because when you're an irresistible force like Nia Jax, resistance is futile.
And now a dark horse will face an unforgiving titan in hopes to don the crown. Lyra Valkyria versus Nia Jax in the Queen of the Ring Finals. Lyra Valkyria fancies herself a Morrigan, which is an Irish goddess of war. As they were on the battlefield, they used to take the shape of ravens to fly around and decide who would live and who would die. That is what Lyra Valkyria is bringing to the ring here tonight.
And her opponent from
And it's all come. And Nia now misses wildly. Lyra goes up over the top. Nia's got it caught, though.
Lyra trying to rely on her technique to bring down the irresistible force, but having no luck at the moment.
I'm not sure this is going to work either.
Jax just entirely too strong, but whoa!
That was interesting.
Oh, nice athleticism by Valkyria. Even Jax might be a little impressed.
I wouldn't go that far, Saxton. Here comes Nia, just imposing her will on Lyra Valkyria.
Again, Lyra showing how resourceful she is, applying the sleeper to Nia Jax. Lyra tried to hold on.
And now Nia Jax in control, and she's going to look to put Lyra away. Nobody home! Set outside the ring, and Valkyria's got a chance.
Huge window of opportunity. Right now for Lyra Valkyria to strike. Lyra may actually pull this off. Lyra may become queen. Lyra has the advantage. She has Nia reeling.
But Lyra can't win Queen of the Ring with Jax on the outside. This match has to end in the ring.
Lyra Valkyria, one of the best technical wrestlers in NXT Women's Division history.
But the game is about so much more than technique. It's about experience and timing, knowing when to tap into certain parts of your psyche. Nia knows this, and we've seen it for years.
The big question is, does Lyra?
Hello, okay.
And now she delivers her back into the ring.
She gets taken into the corner, needs to get out.
Put it.
Oh, what a headbutt. Just using their foot as a weapon.
So ruthless.
Nia doing exactly what she set out to do, keeping Valkyria grounded.
Now Jax needs to stay the course, and the crown will be hers.
Corey, what do you think is going to be the key in this match for Nia Jax? She certainly made plenty of promises when it comes to being queen of the ring.
What Nia brings to the dance, Cole, is raw power, the likes of which you rarely see from most men, let alone women. Nia has absolutely no problem using that power, and the same goes for her throwing her weight around in the ring. Lyra Valkyria might just learn that the hard way tonight.
Many in the WWE Universe getting their first look at Lyra Valkyria. She's only had 3 main roster matches so far, and they were all in this tournament.
Big wins over Dakota Kai, Zoe Stark, and Io Sky over the last 3 weeks. That's an extremely impressive start for Lyra.
Wow! Undefeated for 3 weeks? When Nia Jax joined the main roster, she didn't lose a match for over 7 months. And Jax has stayed that dominant for years.
Jax is showcasing her power right here.
And the irresistible force is really keeping Valkyria grounded here.
Sidewalk slam.
Valkyria crushed in the corner by Jax.
Squashing Lyra in the corner, and the beginning of the end may be near. And Nia now With Lyra on her back, gonna climb up to the second rope.
This is a scary situation for Lyra. Oh, look at this. Maybe not.
No way. There's no way.
Oh, my.
Oh, no. Good night, Annihilator.
Here is your winner and the new Queen of the Ring, Nia Jax.
What a victory to the brand new Queen of the Ring.
Nia said she would do it, and she backed up her claims.
And now the Chief Content Officer of WWE, Triple H, going to come in to congratulate Nia Jax, officially crown her the Queen of the Ring.
Absolute dominance by the new Queen.
I'm sure you will agree with your wise man. Many WWE superstars say they will do whatever it takes in order to achieve success. Quite often, it's a bunch of BS. But if you're lucky, you may run into someone who is willing to look out for the group. Someone willing to make sacrifices. And for this family, there was no one better than Rikishi. After the Head Shrinkers run in WWE came to an end, Rikishi, then known as Fatu, would go on a journey of self-discovery. This journey would lead to him taking on the name Rikishi, a subtle nod to his cousin Yokozuna, as well as an opportunity to start fresh with a global audience.
Well, my dad, when he became the Rikishi character, when you think about Samoan wrestlers, right, or mean, or aggressive, he made it like his own flavor, right? He had the blonde hair, still carried the aggressiveness, but I think he just wanted to add like a little flavor to it. It became even more popular to our culture.
Rikishi blitzed WWE from the jump, devastating opponents with new tricks and winning people over with his fat-ass dance moves.
That Rikishi is fat, all right. P-H-A-T.
And with this wave of newfound momentum came even more success, with Rikishi capturing the WWE Intercontinental Championship and displaying incredible athleticism in iconic moments like when he dove off the top of the steel cage. The year 2000 belonged to Rikishi. But little did anyone know, Rikishi held a dark secret regarding a decision he'd made not for his own benefit, but for the benefit of the family. It was at the 1999 Survivor Series that Stone Cold Steve Austin was hit by a car in the arena parking lot, forcing him from the main event later that night for the WWE Championship. For nearly a year, all of WWE was consumed with figuring out who was driving that damn car and why Austin was targeted in the first place. The verdict came in. The car was driven by Rikishi. Rikishi would stand strong.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. I didn't do it for me. I did it for The Rock.
What?
Rikishi would lay out a years-long gripe that WWE preferred Steve Austin to The Rock, and so Rikishi had made sure that The Rock's only competition had been removed from the picture. Rikishi sacrificed his own popularity to reach this goal. The Rock thrived while Austin was on the shelf. For Rikishi, the struggle and fall was all worth it. Rikishi knew that he would eventually have to face off with the Texas Rattlesnake to answer for his sins. and he welcomed that meeting with open arms. What Rikishi was unprepared for was for WWE to stack the deck entirely, looking to make Rikishi pay for taking out their golden goose. Stone Cold Steve Austin was allowed to drive his truck directly to the ring and was generally given the freedom to do whatever the hell he wanted in the name of revenge. We are going to make things right. This time, when Rikishi and Stone Cold Steve Austin lock horns, there will be no stacking of the deck. Someone willing to give of himself so that his family, this family, can succeed deserves better. So get in there and showcase the never say die spirit that has led this family to victory time and time and time and time and time and time again. Use whatever weapon you can get your hands on and prove to Stone Cold Steve Austin that you will do anything for the people.
Is it legal to not show up? Rikishi has brutalized Austin lately.
Austin will be here, Byron. I just refuse to think anything else.
Is he here?
Well, there's the Rattlesnakes music.
He's here. Austin's here.
We now know the sick, demented side of Rikishi. Rikishi almost cost Austin his life and said he's here tonight to finish the job.
Here we go.
What?
Completely throwing self-preservation out the window.
I don't know how your mind would even think about doing that.
We've talked so much about motives leading into this match. In my view, Rikishis are delusional. His family have been given equal opportunities, and they all took full advantage of them.
Yeah, my blood boils at the propaganda Rikishi's been selling. But I'll tell you about the most legitimate motive in this story, and that is payback for Stone Cold. Austin nearly had his life taken from him, and there is no greater reason to stomp the tar out of somebody than that.
Leg drop. Big leg drop.
The Rattlesnakes being picked apart.
No one holding Rikishi's family down now, taking out all those years of frustration on Austin here. Oh my gosh!
And looking at my monitor, it just makes me sick to my stomach watching Rikishi. This is a man who has no remorse and feels justified for running Austin down like a dog.
Look, to be devil's advocate, you've got to look at Rikishi's perspective. He's proud of his Samoan lineage and saw an opportunity to give his people a leg up in the shark tank that is. Austin and Rikishi trading heavy artillery on the outside, and here comes the Rattlesnake.
Stone Cold Steve Austin fired up and revenge on his mind.
You gotta think about how bad Austin has wanted this ever since Survivor Series last year. Been dying to get his hands on Rikishi.
All of that venom, all the vitriol inside of Austin being unleashed on Rikishi right now.
Remember, this is no holds barred. Anything goes.
Austin has Rikishi down. The Rattlesnake is red hot. And do you hear this capacity crowd? They want more from Stone Cold. All that he wants to see Rikishi get beaten down like a pile of human filth. And he tosses it back in now.
There's been a lot of vitriol comes towards Rikishi these past few weeks, and this Albany crowd is continuing that pattern of disdain.
You think Rikishi cares about the fans, though? No, not at all. He truly believes he's done something for his family, for his people. His family's respect is the only respect he's desperate for. What a reversal!
Austin's finally able to slow all that incoming offense.
Austin trying to bring the fight back in this one. Watch out!
Step aside, avoiding damage.
Caught with the backbreaker.
I cannot imagine how your knee would feel after delivering that move on such a larger opponent.
Perhaps looking for some kind of equalizer here.
Oh no, now that he has the kendo stick, I definitely do not want to be in his path of destruction.
Scary mindset for the Rattlesnake. Austin has scattered pictures of Rikishi all over his home. Said that every time he looks at Rikishi, he's looking at a dead man.
Yeah, Rikishi taking that as an empty threat, thinking that Austin isn't the man he claims to be. But trust me, when Stone Cold says he has you in his crosshairs, that's no empty threat.
Send him to the corner. Running hip attack. What impact.
Chucked right out of the ring.
Taken to the floor, and he's got no worries about the count. Driven into the barricade. And Rikishi lately has been calling himself a visionary, a pioneer, all a bunch of garbage if you ask me.
Well, those aren't self-imposed labels, Cole. Those labels are coming from the family, coming from a group of wrestling legends who are proud of Rikishi for standing up and making a change in this business.
A few labels for Rikishi. Coward, liar, embarrassment. Golly, driven directly into the steel stairs.
Sliding into the ring now.
Austin just looking to humiliate his opponent.
And now he's back into the ring.
Short jab.
Just raining down those shots to the back of the neck.
Clubbing blows. And we know how despicable Rikishi has been, but to throw vinegar on the Rattlesnake's nest, Rikishi goes and destroys Austin's truck with a sledgehammer.
Oh, hell hath no fury like a man who has his car tampered with. It's just extra motivation for... And Rikishi slows Austin down with a thunderous right.
Austin's in trouble. And now steel chair. Oh, and Austin, he just averted disaster there.
And now Austin gonna deliver the punishment with the steel chair.
Oh my God.
A relentless Texas Rattlesnake beating the brakes off of Rikishi with a steel chair.
And again, thunderous blows by Austin. Down goes Rikishi. Austin beating the hell out of him.
I know Austin has good reason to be doing all this, but he could be taking it too far at this point.
I don't think the Rattlesnake is taking it far enough, Corey. Austin wants to put Rikishi's life in danger. Just like...
Scooped up, here it comes.
Rikishi driver.
Rikishi may have put the exclamation on this one.
Brought back into the ring from the floor now.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
Right to jump. Shot. His fist connects. Stone Cold able to reverse that. And he counters.
What a spine buster.
Just as devastating as a sledgehammer. Uh-oh. Choo-Choo driver is
display from Stone Cold. Austin simply refuses to quit.
And look out!
For the win.
Here's two. Rikishi somehow defangs the rattlesnake. Damn it! This is not what many of us expected to see. We wanted to see retribution, but Rikishi was too much of a monster for Stone Cold tonight.
The vitriol that consumed Rikishi powered him to finish the job and leave a battered Austin in his rear-view mirror.
His arrival signaled impending doom. His very presence was enough to intimidate even the bravest WWE competitor. His name itself simply meant the end. And if you found yourself standing across the ring from Umaga, you were most certainly coming to the end of your own road. The younger brother of Rikishi, Umaga, was every bit the Samoan bulldozer that his nickname would suggest, mauling opponents with ease, relishing the chaos that he created. A menace to the entire roster, an unrepentant badass, Umaga tortured his prey with high-impact collisions before ultimately sealing their fate with his vaunted Samoan spike, a vicious move used today by Solo Sikoa.
Inside the ring, man, he was just a complete monster. Anybody that stood in front of him, he was going to wreck him no matter what he had to do. He was just a crazy, wild Samoan. Outside of the ring, man, just a loving guy to be around. A fun uncle, always joking, always barbecuing at his house. I always looked up to him. He was just so cool.
Perhaps an unheralded aspect of Umaga's game was his mastery of mental warfare. Umaga loved to present a wild, out-of-control savage, one who needed manager Armando Alejandro Estrada to handle all the details while he destroyed opponents. Umaga was the perfect definition of the word aura. A two-time intercontinental heavyweight champion, Umaga established himself as one of the purest forms of dominance to ever set foot in a WWE ring. His intense clashes with Batista, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, and Triple H, along with WWE Championship battles against John Cena, still live on in the memories of those who were fortunate enough to watch Umaga perform. And Umaga will live in immortality through every member of this family, whether it's with a huge Samoan drop, a running bulldozer into the corner, a Samoan spike, or even a war cry in the middle of battle. Umaga is forever.
I wish he was here. I know he's watching from above.
So you, our beloved Us in training, are asked one simple thing here in the WWE 2K25 showcase: to defeat John Cena. You've done that in this mode before, right? Simple. It was at New Year's Revolution in 2007 that Umaga and John Cena first collided for the WWE title. Umaga appeared to be too much for Cena in the minds of many pundits. Undefeated in WWE some 9 months after his debut, and things were going very well for Umaga. Until they weren't. Umaga would see his undefeated streak end by, of all things, a damn roll-up after rushing directly into the outstretched shoes of John Cena. 1 second of luck allowed John Cena to escape the inevitable, and now it's on you to fix it. Head into that ring, showcase Umaga's cruel brutality, and get Umaga the WWE Heavyweight Championship victory that he should have gotten in the first place. I assure you, my dear friend, Armando Alejandro Estrada will make sure nothing else goes wrong if you take care of business inside the ring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. He can be the next WWE champion, the near 400-pound Umaga.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall, and it is for the WWE Championship. Introducing first, the challenger from the Isle of Samoa, weighing in at 353 pounds, Umaga. And from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing in at 248 pounds, he is the WWE Champion, John Cena!
You win this title, you are a top name in this industry.
Here we go with the WWE Championship on the line. John Cena versus the Samoan Bulldozer Umaga. Big fight feel here in this building.
The undefeated Umaga has set his sights on Cena, and there's nothing left standing in his way. Umaga doesn't just want to beat John Cena, he wants to obliterate him. Soaring! Whoa, look out!
Soaring through the sky and crashing onto their opponent.
Umaga is truly a specimen to marvel at, Corey. His handler, Armando Alejandro Estrada, knows he has a thoroughbred on his hands.
There's a difference between thoroughbreds and Umaga, though, Cole. Thoroughbreds can be tamed. Umaga cannot. Estrada can only serve as a mouthpiece for Umaga. He can only help direct Umaga's blind brutality. I think even Estrada knows no one can control the Samoan Bulldozer.
And he throws the opposition back into the ring.
From the top.
Diving headbutt.
Someone get the spatula. We have a human being to scrape up.
Placing him in the corner. Doesn't want to be on the top rope like this. Oh, from the top. Step out. And Umaga will look to continue to use his 100-pound weight advantage in an effort to become the WWE Champion. Stamina is going to be a key factor in this match tonight. Can Cena weather Umaga's vicious attacks? Can Umaga keep up the offensive pressure as Cena drags this into deep waters?
I think you're right, Cole. This might just come down to who has more gas in the tank.
And Cena with the... Take it over!
Going for the win here.
And to the pin. He ends the pin attempt for some reason.
Incoming. Now heading outside.
Oh shit.
Going head on into the stairs.
And you just see Cena's legs bent awkwardly off the steel steps. Umaga really pinpointed a target with that attack.
I don't know if it was strategic on the part of Umaga or just a result of his rampage, but either way, taking out Cena's foundation is going to sway the power advantage into Umaga's favor now.
Ouch. Cena tonight attempting to do something no one else has been able to do. Be it HBK, Triple H, Kane, the list goes on and on. No one has been able to beat Umaga.
Since debuting in last year's WrestleMania, he's never been pinned, never been submitted. Umaga is a man who's decimated every single thing in his path. It's not hyperbole to call him a dangerous and deadly savage. Cena is unable to stop this string of offense.
Umaga is simply overpowering John.
From the top.
Oh, no. Big and pays for it.
A terribly risky move, and it did not pay off.
Icarus could have done it better. A rare position for Cena in this fight. We can't often say that John's overpowered matchup, but this 360-plus pound Samoan bulldozer is more than a formidable opponent.
Listen, sometimes when there's a fight, you're not always going to be the biggest.
Take off.
Diving headbutt.
More offense like that, and we could be looking at a new champ.
Nice takedown, stack for the pin.
Champ's down. This one, he cuts the pin attempt short.
Whoa, stiff headbutt.
Claw to the face. Ripping at the eyes.
Doing whatever it takes.
And with the attacks Umaga has been delivering, you have to think about internal injuries mounting on Cena now.
Kick to the gut. Ooh, brutal forearm.
Overwhelming offense now from Umaga.
Cena has no response for Umaga's savage and brutal offense.
Effective counter.
Cena doing what he can to halter the beatdown.
Cena's never give up attitude shining through once again. Some good offense from Cena there, but it's going to be hard for
Soaring!
Crashing to the floor.
Man, oh man, took that crucial leap of faith, and no one was there. Super kick! Cena stays off the attack. Countered into an STO. At last, he's keeping that string of offense in check.
He's still hanging on, still in this thing.
Clothesline. Good Lord. So effective. An uninterrupted surge against Cena here.
Umaga is determined right now.
Good Lord.
Exerting his dominance.
Brutal attack from Umaga. He smells Cena.
Here it comes.
Samoan spike.
Can the champ recover from that?
From the top.
He fails to connect.
Ooh.
And I could look at Umaga. Cena ducks underneath. Couple of shoulder tackles now. Cena, the powerhouse, gonna finish things up with a slam.
The champ with the pin.
A defiant kick out after one.
He's still got life in this matchup.
That's the good stuff, yeah!
Superstar setting up.
Spiked with a Uranagi.
That's using your head. Oh, that just
looks like it busted him open. Tremendous impact. Skull-crushing headbutt.
And Umaga, of course, coming from a very...
And Cena flattened in the corner.
Umaga's just overpowering him. Look at the strength. Into the corner, just setting Cena up.
You have to start to ask yourself, is the end of John Cena near?
I think so. Look
out!
out!
A headbutt. No one has been able to stop Umaga. No one.
You are seeing why Umaga is undefeated. Why no one has been able to stop the Samoan bulldozer.
Here comes Umaga, and Cena catches him with a boot. John Cena from behind, rolls him up, shoulders down, and a kick out by Umaga.
And Cena immediately back into the clutches of Umaga.
I'm not sure what else Cena can do here. I'm not sure John Cena knows how to stop Umaga.
And Corey, you know there's no force equal to being on the receiving end of a headbutt from Umaga.
It's in Umaga's DNA. Generations have perfected the art of using their own skull as a weapon that could stop an elephant.
Cena has his opponent up, reposition, attitude adjustment. The champ is in control.
There's two.
And look at the disbelief on the face of the champion.
They both know what's at stake. Neither competitor is going to lose easy here.
And Cena has to remain undaunted now. He can't let up.
Shot to the gut will break things.
This'll do it. Umaga.
Samoan spike. We might be moments away from crowning a new champ. Two powerhouses, a championship on the line. Why on earth
would he give up the pin?
He's got bad intentions.
Pulls their opponent in, belly to belly.
Umaga with a crazed look in his eyes, staring down Cena.
Here it comes! Samoan spike!
We might see a new champion crown.
Looking for the pin. Kicked out. The champion kicked out.
I knew it would take more than that to put the champ away.
But just how much more is needed? The end could still be right around the corner.
And I think we all know this is only going to make a monster like Umaga even angrier.
Body on body.
Wow.
Cena's looking weak in the knees. Could spell trouble.
Stiff elbow will break that up. These two have learned each other so good. Boom, running it.
With a pin for the title. New champion. An undefeated champion.
Here is your winner, and the new WWE Champion,
This proves it. Truly no one can withstand Umaga. The Samoan bulldozer has wrecked his way straight to the WWE Championship. Cena's title.
Hey, in WWE, things move really fast. If you aren't present in the moment, it can feel like a year goes by in only 2 or 3 minutes. That's why you always have to make time to make sure that you check. Hold on. Did I just hear myself say 3 minutes? Stop. Can you believe I'm actually doing Eric Bischoff's shtick? In the early 2000s, few words sent a shudder through the roster like the words 3 minutes, summoning the fearsome duo of Rosie and Jamal, collectively known as the 3-minute warning, initially hired by the aforementioned Raw General Manager Eric Bischoff to interrupt anything he didn't find to be entertaining.
You're just not entertaining me.
3 minutes are just about up.
The two instantly made their mark in WWE with their complete and total decimation of anyone that was targeted. Their formula was really simple. Two bruisers with surprising quickness who took pleasure in throwing opponents all around the ring with reckless abandon. and the trail of bodies left in their wake remains a testament to their devastation. Rosie, older brother of your tribal chief Roman Reigns, and Jamal, who would in time develop his skills further and take the name of Umaga, were about instant gratification. They treated matches like a race, seeing how much damage they could fit into the shortest time possible.
The 3-minute warning with my brother and my cousin, it was just one of the coolest gimmicks of all time to me. It was catchy, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of knew what was happening. And I feel like we all remember when the 3-minute warning hit for the first time. You know, the whole Den TV area just lit up.
Every match was a train wreck, as the two would use their size to overwhelm most opponents, coupling that with incredible tag team maneuvers to increase the carnage to its maximum levels. That approach, maximizing damage while minimizing time, was a 3-minute warning signature. The team itself saw its run in WWE last for a little over a year, but in that time managed to make such an impression with the WWE Universe that it still resonates today. They are proof of the impact anyone can make if they capitalize on their opportunities, as 3-minute warning did every single time.
It was a short-lived gimmick, but it was a really cool gimmick, and I just think it shows the versatility of, hey, if you need us to go out there and tell you a Broadway story, I'll cover 2 hours if you like. But if you need us to come out in 3 minutes to make an impact, we can do that too. But you gotta be really good to be thrown in there with the very, very best in the industry. I'm getting all pumped and proud, for my brother and my cousin right now, just thinking about it.
Here in the WWE 2K25 showcase, we have selected another team that embodies the same mindset in Akam and Razor the AOP. Similar to Jamal and Rosie, these two look to inflict the most pain in the most efficient manner. Like 3-minute warning, AOP happily dispatches when summoned. Like 3-minute warning, AOP features 2 Goliaths who will hurl your body from pillar to post before finally bringing it all to a most painful conclusion. It's up to you in this Extreme Rules contest to beat the AOP to the punch and showcase the Wrecking Crew approach that made 3-minute warning the premier bruiser squad in all of WWE. And don't worry, we will give you more than 3 minutes to make that fact perfectly clear. As a matter of fact, take your time and enjoy dishing out the punishment.
AOP is here, ready to wreak havoc. And they want to prove 3-minute warning has nothing on them.
2 roughneck teams ready to use this Extreme Rules stipulation. The authors of pain clashing tonight in what should be a fairly Extreme Rules match. Considering the teams involved here, it comes as no surprise that we have medical teams standing by backstage.
Yeah, these are 2 of the most merciless and physical teams we've ever seen. Lasting bodily harm isn't just highly probable in this match, it's essentially guaranteed.
I, for one, can't wait to see what these teams do with the root perched up top.
Pay special attention to Rosie in this matchup. 6'5", 375 pounds. The man can run a 40-yard dash in 4.8 seconds. This guy is a pure athlete.
Rosie played high school football with a legendary running back before playing college ball in Hawaii. Imagine being pancaked.
Is this it? Is this the end? Stops the pin.
He almost had him.
He's
heading back to the ring. Clothesline!
Well, that'll leave a mark. Akam found himself in the wrong place there.
Yeah, Rosie delivering the pain.
Heave the side. Jeez. There's a lot of hard ways to land, but that might be the hardest.
Akam with a rough blow there. Just look at the size of all these superstars. The ring had to be reinforced before this match. Over 1,300 combined pounds colliding.
These men are so big and so thick, it's a challenge to wrap your arms around. It's really just best to find weapons and whack away.
Yeah, and there's plenty of weapons to choose from tonight. What a burning lariat.
Ooh, and fights back. He's looking for an implement of destruction under the ring.
The action spilling out toward the announce desk.
Oh, no. Driving down with the sledgehammer.
And some effective offense for that one. He's looking fairly drained.
Yeah, Extreme Rules matches eventually take their toll on everyone. Man, Rosie and Jamal, Akam and Razor representing the biggest, most imposing teams WWE has ever seen. Both teams don't care what the motive is, don't care who the target is. Their goal always remains the same, and that is complete destruction of the opposition.
We call them equal opportunity ass kickers. The first few rows should take a couple steps back because no one is safe when you're in the vicinity of these teams.
Face first into the post.
Oh! Dropped him with a big shoulder tackle.
These attacks are chipping away at him.
Yeah, that can be a building block for Akam to build upon.
Targeting the chest, very effective. Sent crashing into our desk.
Yeah, we might want to think about moving out of here.
Rosie and Jamal tell their victims that they will feel the 3-minute warning. What does that mean, Corey?
Well, it means a lot of superstars will get run over by the pain train, and it's only going to feel like the longest 3 minutes of their lives. When you're as big and strong as Rosie and Jamal,
oh man, kick to the face. Forget it. AOP just fell to their demise.
we knew this would be a grueling and punishing match, but AOP and 3-minute warning are exceeding all expectations.
Razor cuts him off.
The WWE Universe is pouring more fuel on his fire right now. Uh-oh. Don't bring the fight over here.
Better clear out, guys.
Oh!
Watch the hardcore style of 3-minute warning. Both of these men are from the hood, so to speak. Grew up in the streets, brought up to be tough. Rosie and Jamal have a rough tenacity.
A duo that couldn't care less about headlock.
Oh my God, what a kick.
3-minute warning might just be done messing around. Ouch! That's one way to get your opponent out of the corner.
No count out as he takes things out of the ring.
Right into them.
With all this in mind, take it from me. Nothing good ever comes from rearranging furniture.
He quickly slides into the ring. Running power slam!
Thunderous power slam.
Jamal going up. Power
from the top.
Oh, he missed that one. Boom!
That's what's set up in the corner of the ring. And his head is taking even more damage. Sidewalk slam! Almost drove him through the ring.
Definitely some damage dealt to him there.
Yeah, Razor came prepared for this matchup.
Shoulders down. Razor might be down for the count. Rosie and Jamal survive Extreme Rules.
Here are your winners, Rosie and Jamal. 3-minute warning.
Gotta give it up to 3-minute warning. In a contest between two of the most badass squads we've ever seen, they were the tougher competitors.
Yeah, but AOP certainly made 3-minute warning earn this win. Just think about all the carnage we witnessed here tonight.
We've come to the part of the showcase where we get to talk about Tamina. Ever since walking into WWE, shoulder to shoulder with the Usos, Tamina's alliance with this dynasty has never been in question.
I remember watching Monday Night Raw and I seen Tamina debut with my brothers. It was a pretty cool, dynamic. Two of my brothers and Tamina.
Together, Tamina and the Usos helped each other navigate through a trial-filled first year in WWE, making sure they all survived together. In later years, Tamina has formed alliances with both Naomi and Nia Jax, honoring this family's connection. While Tamina has looked to create her own name in the industry, she has never missed a chance to acknowledge her place in this family either. Trained by Afa and Sika, the wild Samoans, Tamina was instilled with the same instincts that have carried each member of this family to wrestling glory. Her in-ring approach is similar to many in the bloodline. Quick striking, high-impact attacks, and smothering holds. As capable with a super kick or a big splash as anyone else, Tamina has maintained a remarkable level of success in her WWE career. A constant contender, Tamina has competed for the Women's Championship on many occasions. She's also held the Women's Tag Team Championships along with 9 separate reigns as the 24/7 champion. Tamina has proven capable in any environment against any opponent. Tamina is always the perfect test for a rising contender. Defeating Tamina proves that you're at the top of your game, and she will always expose those who aren't quite ready yet. Taking her lightly is the easiest way to book your visit to the local medical facility. Tamina has taken part in many memorable moments, but in the 2K25 showcase, we're going to give you the chance to make history. In the first ever women's Money in the Bank match, Carmella, of all people, would walk out victorious after letting someone else do all the work. Tamina, Becky Lynch, Natalya, and Charlotte Flair were all robbed of a great opportunity that night by Carmella. So this is your chance to make it right. Showcase Tamina's grit and take out the other 4 ladies in this ladder match to become the first ever winner of the Women's Money in the Bank. Carmella might still sneak out with the win, but if she does, she's doing it on her own because we're not allowing anyone else at ringside for this match in our showcase.
ఎంట్రీ తీసేద్దాం. సో టైం వేస్ట్. ఇదే టైమేనా?
This new generation of female superstars are providing yet another milestone moment here. Tamina, Charlotte, Carmella, Natalya, and Becky Lynch are going to climb the ladder and retrieve the briefcase, become the first ever Miss Money in the Bank.
On the apron. Driving the face down.
Now looking to do battle right here in front of us. Ooh! And look at it from a back suplex. Got them off their feet here.
That powerbomb was absolutely worthy of both halves of its name.
Climbing up. But is there time to go for the win?
upholstered swivel. Ladders will be used as weapons. Anything can happen to get that briefcase.
ఫస్ట్ షౌలనే కొట్టాలి.
Look at this. She's going for her destiny, guys.
ఓకే షౌలనే ఇప్పుడు కార్నర్.
And looking at the playing field, the majority of these women love to utilize their submission offense to put opponents away.
Tapping someone out won't win this match, but these women should not shy away from using the biggest weapons in their arsenal.
We've heard Becky say she was going to hit arms on
దీనికి ఓపికలేదు.
You can't exactly...
Becky lit!
And now thrown back into the ring. Placing the ladder right in the middle of the ring. She's in a bad way here. Ouch.
Off the ladder now. Let's see if this is right for the picking.
Seems to be struggling a bit with it.
Yeah, sweaty palms making this difficult. What a heck of a ride. If they weren't dazed and confused before, they are now.
కార్నర్.
Three second-generation superstars
From the top. Whoa, look out.
లెఫ్ట్
Outside. That is kicking things into a whole new gear.
బాక్స్ కొట్టు
get a bit worse for her.
Yeah, to me, displaying a higher level of aggression.
ఇప్పుడు బ్రేక్ వెళ్ళొచ్చు కానీ నటాలియా ఎక్కడ ఉందబ్బా?
Sit out, slam.
బెక్కి వస్తుంది బెక్కి. యా నటాలియా ఎక్కడ ఉంది?
She throws her back in.
పైకి
I love it. Carmella just humiliating her opponent now.
Contract that can change.
బెక్కి
Probably the most profitable opportunity in our sport. 15 out of 17 superstars has successfully cashed in the Money in the Bank contract.
A surprise cash-in has only failed once, and the other failed cash-in was alerted to a week in advance.
Yes, sir.
You are almost certain to become the next SmackDown Women's Champion if you grab the contract.
షౌలెన్ పైకి వచ్చి బాక్స్ నొక్కాలి.
One hole has been stopped, and now
Thanks,
it's
Scott
time to
Gonzalez.
walk it dry.
Tamina, not caring that Becky's a fan favorite, the crowd's adulation is meaningless. All that matters is the contract suspended above the ring.
Tamina's been showing so much dominance in this match.
Yikes, that'll leave the ring yet we're not yet.
German suplex.
ఒరే ఫైనల్ చేసిందిరా మామ.
Parking
Finisher
ladder into the corner.
I can't tell if that's a safer or a worse place for it.
దాన్ని కొట్టాలి.
There's a Russian leg sweep.
Rapid fire rights over and over.
You can see that each strike drained their opponent's energy. And a slap, too.
Oh!
By the hand, whipped across the ring.
That ain't right. Well, they say everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well,
అది ఇప్పుడు చూసుకోవాలి
nice
కొంచెం.
reversal by Charlotte Flair.
Charlotte driving Tamina, and both tumble to the floor.
Both women crashing down hard. The Queen, Charlotte Flair, the first to her feet, surveying the situation.
Oh my God.
Driving Tamina into the steps.
Well, you are seeing a heightened level of aggression, heightened level of intensity from all these competitors because of the stakes involved.
Guys, where's Charlotte going?
Flair looking to up the ante now from the top.
Oh my goodness, taking out everybody.
The Queen rising to the...
మనం కొట్టాల్సిన
What you
నటాలియా.
just saw is why we say Charlotte is genetically superior.
Yeah, undeniable
Okay.
athleticism from the
Okay.
Queen. Can't wait for her way to the top of the mountain.
Well, looks like she's going for something
15 seconds,
versatile.
okay.
Much more versatile
One shot,
than
okay.
WWE than a lot. Tamina's absolutely wrecking shop on Natalya, making sure the veteran won't have the strength to climb a ladder at all.
Reaching.
So close to victory.
The Van Gogh of WWE daring her opponent to rise to her level.
Really trying to do everything she...
And Carmella with a takedown, looking for
The code of silence.
She's trying to slip out of this submission.
Nope.
And she breaks her own submission hold. We don't see that often.
That can either psych out her opponent or come back to bite her.
Money in the Bank briefcase, still hanging high. is what it's all about. The opportunity of a lifetime.
What are you willing to do? How much can you sacrifice to be the first Miss Money in the Bank? From behind, back suplex.
She's choosing to leave the ring now. Back into the ring here. Face first. She's headed to the outside. No threat of count out here. Ladder set right in the middle of the ring. Starts to climb, but needs to move quickly.
The whole match is literally in the palm of their hands. Carmella has her hands on it.
The contract is in her grasp.
History on the line. Guaranteed championship opportunity. Nothing but carnage happening in this one.
5 women fighting for their key to destiny. Willing to go through hell for it.
Super kick. Ouch. And the up and arms weighing in again.
Yeah, she's in a lot more than rough shape here. And once again, it's her torso area taking the punishment.
She gets bounced into the corner.
Forcing her right out of the ring.
She's set the ladder up dead center.
Her eyes on the prize now. Inverted backbreaker. Out.
Hot right in the stomach creates the separation.
Shot right out of the ring.
Running forward.
The WWE Universe World Title with a super kick.
Carmella's eyes are growing wider now. Is this a chance to climb the ladder and become Ms. Money in the Bank?
She's stretching for it, grasping at victory. Center of the ring.
Perfect ladder positioning and placement here.
Natalya sent flying to the outside. Well, there she goes. Just sent crashing to the arena floor. Climbing up, but is there enough time to go for the win? The prize is in sight, but is it in reach?
Maybe this isn't a good position to go for it.
That certainly seems to be having trouble up there. Uses an elbow to disrupt that attack.
Headed up that ladder, center of the ring.
Gonna try and unhook it now.
Victory is literally within reach.
Slow and steady win the race in this situation.
Is it? This could be the beginning of the end.
Uh-oh. Sharpshooter apply. Very unique escape to fight her way out of the sharpshooter. Hooking it up here. What's next? A panel suplex. There it is. Snap suplex. Lighting up the chest.
Oh my God.
Suplex. Assaulting the knee with purpose. Another damaging attack on Carmella.
Yeah, Mella is looking overwhelmed at this point. She needs to create some offense.
From the top.
Elbow drop. Oh, it's a piercing elbow.
Oh man, what a strong kick.
Charlotte Flair with a trademark chopping.
Natural selection.
The Queen has put an opponent in the dirt, and now the ladder to her throne awaits. And the corner taking on some damage.
And Becky refusing to let up on the fight even for a moment.
Yeah, Becky has seemingly had an equal or opposite answer to her competition's offense.
Down, brutal.
And the WWE Universe continues to remain on their feet. They know they are witnessing something special here.
Taking things back into the ring.
Lynch with a shot between the shoulder blades. Here it comes. Manhandle slam.
Taking the action to the outside.
Might be taking a breather here. Oh, I think the ring just moved. Oh, my God.
Taking a little tour of ringside, and I guess we're one of the pit stops. And She finds an answer to Charlotte.
Becky Lynch looking for the disarm.
And somebody get in there to stop this. There's no damn reason to put...
But she gets away. Tamina might have it here.
Are we about to see the first Miss Money in the Bank? Looking for the victory here, guys.
What's taking so long? Pull!
Well behind. German suplex.
Up the ladder now. Let's see if this is right for the picking.
Head up that ladder. Center of the ring. Big forearm.
He's taking the fight to wherever it needs to go to.
No sign of fear in her now.
My goodness, look at this.
This is an all-or-nothing situation.
Ooh! She turns that attack away.
Up the ladder now. Let's see if this is right for the picking.
She's in place. Can she end this here?
But it looks like that hook is causing a lot of problems up there.
And a series of vicious knee strikes to the body.
This is Natalya's wheelhouse.
And Carmella with a takedown looking for... She's trying to ask for mercy, but not even tapping out can help her.
She's tapping, but it doesn't matter at all in this situation. There goes all our notes and monitors.
This battle is about to serve a very different purpose.
Charlotte clearly not thinking much of her opponent right here.
Sliding in under the rope. She's back in the ring. And back elbow creates separation.
Big clothesline. Oh!
Brilliant. Right to the back of the knee. Takes a big clean hit from the table.
Big sidestep by Natalya. She continues to fight off her opponent.
She looks like she's struggling for air here.
Yeah, those focused attacks to her core are going to do that.
Powerful contact by Tamina. Drop kick. Big boots. That's one way to use the ladder, and you can tell that she's really hurting. The targeted attacks on her torso have been non-stop.
Yeah, she's going to have to be taped up for weeks at the very least.
Flair getting out of the ring the hard way. And she's positioning the ladder perfectly in the center of the ring there.
Ladder's in position. Gonna make the climb.
This is the chance. Could be the only one.
Any opening could be the opening. You just have to go for it.
That's it. Tamina has the briefcase.
బాబు
Miss Money in the
ఒక్కలాగా
bank.
సింగిల్ మ్యాచ్ అయితే ఆడచ్చు కానీ
The winner.
మనీ ఇన్ ద బ్యాంక్ అంటే కష్టమే.
Money in the Bank contract.
సాధించింది మొత్తం కదా చాలా టైంకి.
Miss Money in the Bank.
ఓకే నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్.
Any member of this family that enters the professional wrestling business knows about the expectations that are going to be on their back. They know about the prestige that their very name carries. They know that those who came before them have accomplished so much. Bearing the weight of those legacies can prove to be way too much for almost anyone. But that was never the case for Jimmy and Jay Uso. Jimmy and Jay Uso looked to be stars from the very start, constantly evolving their look, style, and offense as they progressed in their careers. Face paint and war dances would fade away, and the two would embrace the day one-ish mentality, looking to punish opponents and send them to the Uso penitentiary. The Usos are 8-time WWE Tag Team Champions. The Usos have main evented WrestleMania after initially fighting for a mere spot on the card. The Usos were the premier team of the 2010s. The Usos are the greatest team of all time. Jimmy and Jay are poetry in motion, each knowing what the other is looking to do next, each using every bit of savvy they gained growing up in professional wrestling to keep their edge. And sure, in recent years, it's been difficult between the two. Jimmy did cost Jay his match at SummerSlam against your tribal chief, Roman Reigns. After months of the anger building between the two, Jimmy and Jay ended up as the first two entrants in the 2024 Royal Rumble match, bringing things to a head. But even that moment wasn't enough to settle the issue, and so they would fight again at WrestleMania 40. Jey Uso truly became main event and found his inner yeet, even adding another tag team championship with Cody Rhodes as his partner. As your wise man eventually would suffer as well, Jimmy found himself betrayed by Solo Sikoa and unceremoniously dumped out of Solo's version of the Bloodline. When Jimmy and Jay are a tag team, they are pure art. They are the reason for the resurgence of tag team wrestling's popularity over the last 15 years. And perhaps, oh, perhaps, their grandest moment came during the 2017 Hell in a Cell, when they would lock horns with perhaps their greatest opposition ever, The New Day. From July to October of that year, the SmackDown Tag Team titles would change hands 4 times between the two teams, both looking for ultimate bragging rights. The Usos' connection as twins always gave them an upper hand with most teams, but the New Day had their own trick, utilizing the Freebird rule to allow any 2 of the 3 members to compete in any match. Jimmy and Jay could never know for sure who the opponents would be, with a different game plan needed for each iteration. With nothing clearly settled after 4 months, the New Day would offer to defend inside Hell in a Cell, and the Usos gladly accepted. We've seen the Usos showcase tag team wrestling at its most beautiful. Now we want you to showcase the brutality that exists within Hell in a Cell. Big E and Xavier Woods are going to use everything at their disposal to take you down. But you've been down since day 1. Now it's time to force the New Day to realize there's nothing wrong with them being in second place, and there's nothing that's stopping you inside Hell in a Cell.
Don't you dare be sour! Clap for your world-famous 4-time champs and feel the power!
Are you prepared to kick off Hell in a Cell with the 4-time
This is the first time that tag titles will ever be defended inside Hell in a Cell. You
win these, you make a case as one of the best teams ever.
This is tonight in Detroit. This is the 20th anniversary of this barbaric match. The Usos and the New Day must be prepared for pain and punishment.
Two of the greatest tag teams ever. One of the best rivalries going today. The SmackDown Tag Team Championship.
So many amazing matches between these two teams. They said it this past week on SmackDown. No matter where we are, we put on a show. The Usos and New Day have a unified goal to raise the bar of tag team competition, to bring the division to a from the top.
Wow.
Diving headbutts. Throwing all caution to the wind in pursuit of the title.
As I'm in the corner, thinking of the next move. No escape from these punches.
Kick to the abdomen. They can scrap the best of them. Remember that.
Look, don't let the bootios and trombones fool you. New Day can get down and dirty, especially when they have the Usos pushing them. New Day are prepared for an all-out brawl tonight.
Got them right in the corner. New Day refer to this as their power lineup when having Big E involved in there with Xavier Woods.
Big E, the obvious powerhouse of the group. Woods has that blend of speed and power, making him the most well-rounded superstar for New Day.
What's interesting, though, is this is the lineup that shows at SummerSlam. The New Day not choosing Big E and Kofi. To beat the Usos a few weeks ago could prove to be costly.
A drop kick from the middle rope. Nicely done. Clearly hoping something nefarious is beneath the title on the line. The champ not letting the ref get to two.
Staying in this one. Gosh, just in time.
Corey, a few weeks ago, we saw the New Day walk down the SmackDown champs in a street fight. A match the Usos handpicked, but this environment is totally different.
There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The New Day played right into the Usos' hand when they selected this match. Jimmy and Jay have a street mentality. They're perfectly equipped to turn this into the Uso penitentiary.
I have a feeling the Usos' objective is to send the
Well, two teams so familiar with each other, some innovation with weapons almost becomes a necessity.
Moving out from the ring closer to those towering walls of the cell, taking this fight back into the ring. Oh, he tied that counter well. The Usos and the New Day have had such effective competition within the tag team division. You can just look at these teams' titles, their dominance.
It tells you these are the two best teams that WWE has had in a long time. But while I do believe there's an underlying mutual respect, we won't be seeing it tonight because these are two very proud teams who feel incomplete without the championships around their waist.
Up to the electric chair.
Gets slammed down. The challenger unable to stay out of harm's way.
Oh, shit.
He fights Jay back.
Nasty stop to finish it off. He's rising to his feet in a perilous situation.
Lifted and completely helpless here. The Usos following the footsteps of many great family tag teams, the Steiner brothers, the Head Shrinkers, who of course Jay and Jimmy's own father was a member of.
Would be a very proud moment for the Anawahi family if the Usos can capture their 5th tag team championship.
The champion doing everything to retain here.
Shoulder up and the referee has the count.
He is certainly sending a message, getting his shoulder up before 2.
Looks like he's coming back in.
Oh, Big E avoids contact.
For a power slam, slips down the
Counter into an inverted DDT. It's driven into the corner.
this match, we've heard the Usos call the New Day, quote, three clowns on a tricycle.
Look, the Usos love to trash talk, but they deliver. Don't act like the New Day don't throw verbal jabs either. We had Big E earlier saying how he's going to drop some gloom and doom.
This could be it.
Right to the kidneys.
Oh. Hey.
Setting up for something here.
Level.
Drop right on their face.
He's hurled out and crashes down to the floor.
Now a series of vicious
Stunts.
Left.
Super kick finds the mark.
Elbow drop.
Back into the ring now.
Soul kick.
Combined.
Inside cradle. Oh, look at this small package. Kick out before the count. Not quite enough to put him away. His arm shot off the mat before one.
I'm just as shocked as everyone else, Cole. His opponent included.
And now he's going to the top rope. Bulldog.
Stiff shot to the abdomen. They're stomping away.
Shoulders down to retain. Making the save there.
Oh my God! Ooh. Connects with the kick.
Turns it around. Usos and New Day going at it inside Hell in a Cell. And Jey Uso set outside the ring. And now the New Day on the attack. Big E, as aggressive as I've ever seen him here tonight. And Xavier Woods now with toys. Kendo sticks in hand.
And it's about to get more aggressive, more vicious, more barbaric.
Whoa.
You want to talk about a penitentiary? We're about to put you in jail. Oh, you going to jail, Luce? You going to jail, Luce? You about to be in lockup. You about to be in lockup.
I've never seen this vicious of a side from the New Day.
It's what Hell in a Cell does to you.
Oh, now with the kendo sticks, Xavier Woods unloading. Well, you're saying it, Byron. Hell in a Cell makes you do some awful things. Just attempting to survive, attempting to win.
Do whatever you want, punish however you want. Right now, that seems to be the mission statement of the New Day in order to retain the SmackDown Tag Team titles.
And that's what it's about, proving you're the best in one of the most insane environments in WWE today. The New Day have just changed the whole complexion of this match. I don't know if I've seen New Day go to these lengths before.
Well, no time to be a jovial bunch when you're in a cell, Michael. Tonight, it's not about entertaining. It's about putting your sworn enemy to rest for good. How in the world did he kick out? Talking to Xavier, he told me the one thing the Usos have taught.
The champ with the cover. Kick out after one from the challenger.
Somehow still has the energy for a quick kick out.
Whoa.
Big E! The New Day might be on the verge of retaining. Shining with the pin. Title in the balance.
He kicks it out too.
I guess he still has some fight left.
Showing off their deadlifting prowess and just
Tossing them aside.
I don't know if this is a good idea. This is going to take more strength than he has left.
The Usos and the New Day have been trading title reigns for the majority of the year now. This, the contractual rematch for the Usos. If they lose, the Usos won't get another opportunity for the titles as long as the New Day are champs.
and just beating out the Usos tag team titles. It's about stripping the New Day of everything that made them popular with the WWE Universe. It's about making sure the New Day never competes again.
It's never been shut. Taking flight.
A forearm smash.
Into the ring again now.
Package drive.
Could be game over for the Usos.
Traps the arm into the hammerlock. DDT! Boom! Face buster plants him. He's just waiting for that perfect moment. Throwing all costs into the wind.
Risky move, and it did not pay off.
Icarus could have done it better. This is what we've come to expect from the New Day and the Usos. The best tag teams we've seen in the last decade.
We've seen some incredible matches between these two teams this year. This one is no different.
And he gets directed into the corner.
Non-stop blows. And that one did it. Woods is now starting to be stumps.
Kick to the body. On the top rope now. Boot to the stomach.
This match may be about to reach its finish.
Chance down. This one's for everything. I guess it was time to switch gears.
What is he doing?
Looking to explore every inch of hell here now.
And he's going with the great equalizer here. The steel chair.
Able to fire and then punch the face.
Belly to back suplex.
This might be it.
The pin is broken. That could have been it. He's reaching under the ring for anything useful.
The universal signal for extreme. The kendo stick has entered the fray.
Oh, man.
He's making his intentions known to everyone in the arena.
And he now slides back into the ring.
Oh, man. Did you hear the snap of the kendo?
It's about to be over because here comes the ending.
That's got to be it. Consider the championship retained.
2 count. Kick out.
Just barely able to kick out. I thought the champ had it in the bag.
This is how much the championship means. You can see the sweat drip out of the challengers on every point.
There's no smile on Big E's face right now after that kick out. He knows he has to be all business.
This is truly awesome. And his head is becoming a bigger target. And he's busted open. We need to get the doctors out here quick. Uppercut connects. Heading back to the ring.
Oh, that'll rattle you.
Jimmy saw it coming. Woods top rope with the punch. Uppercut. Man, Big E is really dialed in right now.
New Day sending a message saying we never want to see the Usos again.
And if they win tonight, they won't have to. This is the Usos' only chance at the titles.
Swing on sight and don't stop swinging till it's over. The Usos being relentless in their punishment.
Deadlift back suplex.
Roll it over. Nice DDT. Sent straight to the corner.
Supreme confidence here from Jimmy
strategy. He must have something else planned.
Here he comes, sliding back into the ring.
Uso.
What an impact!
No. Decided to take a leap of faith and paid the price. Bam! Bring it home. Scoreboard.
From the second rope.
Goodness, what a sunset flip.
Ooh, just bouncing off the turnbuckle. Still surrounded by the hell that is the steel structure. Another vicious attack to his head.
That's the kind of offense that can ruin your whole balance. Those are folding chairs, but they can also fold you in half.
Holy shit.
Back into the ring. And the head taking in real public here.
I'm not sure I like this strategy. It's just brutal approach.
And his body seems to be the focus of the attack.
Drop kick from behind. Got flipped upside down there. Look at this. Snap suplex.
A narrow escape.
And you have to be in a lot of pain taking that many attacks to the core.
Yeah, but you really have to fight through it.
That's for the title.
And the glory.
He puts an end to the pin there.
Jimmy Uso commanding respect from all of the WWE Universe.
Oh, that hurt right to the kidney. And the action is shifted now into a dangerous area between the ring and the walls of the cell. And Jimmy and Big E slugging it out middle of the ring. This has been a vicious, brutal match between two of the great tag teams today.
Here comes Jey Uso into the fray alongside of his brother.
Bang! Double super kick.
I bet.
And the Usos now looking for that patented Uso splash from the top rope.
Uso splash. The cover to win the tag team titles, and Woods handcuffs it all, breaks it up.
At the last possible second, Xavier Woods saving this match for his team.
Credit to Woods for his never say die attitude, but Xavier Woods is outgunned right now.
And look at Woods still fighting back.
Yeah, with the handcuffs, using the handcuffs as a weapon.
That's smart.
And Woods now down. And trying to still fight back. What heart from Xavier Woods.
That heart may not have much more fight left. Jimmy and Jay back up to the top one more time.
Uso splash in stereo. The cover. The Usos win the tag team titles.
Here are your winners and the new SmackDown Tag Team Champions, the Usos!
Next on our showcase is someone who wasn't born into this family, but has put in the time and more than earned her spot. She's always happy to leave haters in the rear view, and when she enters the room, you will undoubtedly feel the glow. Of course, I'm talking about Naomi, who many of you may know has reigned as Jimmy Uso's wife and queen for over 10 years. There's the old saying that behind every good man is an even better woman, and this could not ring more true than Naomi, who I will say is an absolute treasure. Jimmy will frequently speak during old bloodline planning sessions about how much her support and love drove him to improve as a superstar, always stressing her importance not only to the WWE Women's Division, but to his career and his life as well. In the ring, there is no denying Naomi's skills. The former women's tag team and two-time SmackDown Women's Champion has the mental tenacity to push through the toughest part of any match and possesses breathtaking physical skills. Naomi uses her dancing background to constantly innovate with her offense, resulting in some of the most beautiful moves you will ever see, unless you're on the receiving end of them. Naomi is an inspiration to so many of our younger members of the WWE Universe, showing a new generation that anything is possible if you just put in the work and never stop believing in yourself. Naomi has battled against the very best in the women's division, taking on foes like Charlotte Flair, Bayley, Shayna Baszler, and Io Sky.
My favorite moment of Naomi was when she won the title in her hometown, Orlando, at WrestleMania.
To compete against that caliber and maintain the level of success that Naomi has for her entire WWE career is something worth, shall I dare say, acknowledging. Naomi has even teamed with fellow family member Tamina through the years, proving the family you choose can often be the most important. And in true Uso fashion, Naomi shows an unrelenting desire to win, to achieve greatness, and to dominate her opposition. Many mistake her smile as a sign of kindness, but they quickly realize their mistake as Naomi unleashes a flurry of kicks, flies at them with moonsaults from all angles, and then ties them up in knots. Naomi is having fun, but Naomi is never playing. And now, we take you back to the 2020 edition of Super Showdown, which saw Naomi challenge Bayley for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Unfortunately, a ridiculously lax referee decided it was just fine for Bayley to basically do whatever the hell she wanted.
Bayley, oh my gosh, she's trapping Naomi's legs in her shirt.
And Naomi wound up suffering an embarrassing loss after Bayley used wardrobe to her advantage. Well, Bayley, we can pretty much guarantee that trick won't work again. This is your chance to help guide Naomi to a third SmackDown Women's Championship, and to do it by defeating one of the greatest competitors WWE has ever seen. Your wise man has nothing but respect and admiration for Bayley's abilities, but those abilities are eclipsed by Naomi's extraordinary trinity: smarts, strength, and aerial attacks that should give all of you everything you need to get the win and the title.
Gentlemen, And gentlemen, when Bayley was asked about the this history-making match tonight. She said, of course I'm part of this, because history is made by winners. Championship match here in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia. Bayley against Naomi. Will Bayley's record-setting reign end here tonight? Component of this match, Bayley has won every title available in WWE. Bayley has accomplished it all. But the one thing Bayley has never done in her career, she's never beaten Naomi.
And believe me, that is a huge point of confidence for Naomi and a huge pressure on Bayley.
Yeah, but Bayley thrives under pressure. Her resume speaks for itself.
Naomi has tested her mettle in recent weeks, as the road to this championship opportunity was a difficult one. Needed to defeat former SmackDown Women's Champion Carmella. We know Naomi has a heavy desire to become a three-time Women's Champion.
Other superstars say they want the title. Naomi has said she needs her. Taking flight.
All the way to the outside. From ring post to ringside. Risking it all paid off. Naomi going for it. And his high-risk offense from the challenger might be catching the champion by surprise.
The challenger being the aggressor here, but remember, the title can only be won by pinfall or submission inside the ring.
And Naomi keeping Bayley on her toes, pushing the pace on the champion.
Naomi moving fast, showing that superior athleticism. Bayley might not taking flight. Diving body splash.
Momentum is really on Naomi's side.
Naomi picking up the pace against Bayley and keeping her all out of sorts.
I know that Naomi's going to want to pick up the pace in this match, but Bayley's going to look to wear Naomi down.
Yeah, Bayley's going to want to slow down the pace and let the adrenaline wear off for Naomi. Bayley can also turn up the aggression here in a way I'm not quite sure Naomi can match.
Delivering nasty stomps.
And I think it was you, Byron, who asked Bayley if she changed. And she said, I didn't change. I just did what I had to do, and look what I've done.
Well, you're right. Love it or hate it, Bayley's doing what she's had to do by hook or by crook to maintain a stranglehold on the SmackDown Women's Championship.
Boom! We're going to wear down the opponent.
And gets sent right into the corner.
Right in the jaw.
Ugh, what a shot. Setting her up here. Oof.
You know what they say, gentlemen?
What do they say, Corey?
What goes up must come crashing down.
Superplex from the top. Naomi isn't feeling intimidated by the moment.
I don't think I've ever seen a champion feel as disrespected as Bayley has, Corey, because Bayley's talked about how people think she's an afterthought as a champion. Everybody talks about Becky Lynch on Raw. You're now talking about Rhea Ripley in NXT. But Bayley has been the longest reigning champ in SmackDown history.
And you read off all the accolades, all the championships she has held. Yet for some reason, Bayley still finds herself overlooked.
Counter right when it was needed.
Drop kick hits hard, lands harder.
And Bayley's having trouble managing his onslaught.
And Naomi continues to somehow have Bayley's number here.
నేను పైకెక్కించి ఎక్స్ట్రా దొబ్బుతున్నాను ఎక్కడా
Thrown with such force, the whole ring is rattling.
పైకెక్కు
Being placed onto the top rope.
And here we go. Championship's on the line. Naomi's got Bayley in trouble up on the top rope. This could be Naomi's moment.
Smart move by Bayley, protecting her title and going to the eyes.
Oh, what a kick. Bayley is down and in trouble.
Quick thinking by Naomi, looking to close this one out.
Oh my god.
Oh, Bayley wisely moves out of harm's way. What's Bayley trying to do here?
What the?
I think Bayley's trying to trap Naomi's legs in Naomi's own shirt.
A great counter by Naomi. Naomi ducks underneath, and we got a standoff. Great match so far.
Well, Bayley thought she had Naomi, but the challenger was ready.
Well, the champion has to find a new strategy.
Here's the thing. Title could be decided. And the champ can't keep the shoulders down.
Wow, I thought for sure that was it.
Quick thinking from Naomi. Catches the kick.
What a display here. Counters on both sides. We might see a new champion crown.
Makes the cover. No, we did it. We have a new champion.
Here is your winner, and the new SmackDown Women's Champion, Naomi.
Bayley's stranglehold on the SmackDown Women's Championship has ended. The Glow era has begun.
Bayley was as aggressive in this match as she's ever been.
ఇప్పుడు కొంతసేపు స్టోరీ
Ladies and gentlemen, if it weren't for the next two superstars in our showcase, none of this would be possible. Because without Atha and Sika, without the wild Samoans, there truly is no dynasty. While it was their father who made the blood oath with High Chief Peter Maivia, it was Atha and Sika who built the family up, training generations of relatives, all with the single goal of becoming the best professional wrestler on the face of the planet. And while the two would together be WWE Hall of Famers, based solely on their work as trainers and cultivators of the next generation, their in-ring successes only add to their immortality. Atha and Sika formed WWE's most dominant tag team of the early 1980s, fighting their way to the WWE Tag Team Championship on 3 separate occasions. Opponents were often defeated before the bell even rang to start the match, falling victim to the aura and the intimidation factor of having to step into the ring with the Wild Samoans, accompanied by Captain Lou Albano. The trio formed a masterful group that was able to take all opponents off their game, be it through Albano's devious schemes or the overpowering nature of the Wild Samoans. WWE had never dealt with a team so primal, turning each match into a battle of survival. Most feared, the deadly Samoan drop, a move that has been imitated by many, but duplicated only by a chosen few. There they are, the Wild Samoans.
These are immigrants coming from the island, trying to figure it out, trying to find a way. I couldn't imagine being these men. I couldn't imagine taking on these responsibilities of setting the tone in a whole new country. And then trying to break into entertainment on top of that. But they made it work. And that's what we are. We're workers. We make it work.
These tribal elders set the standard for all of their descendants to not only follow, but they also taught their descendants how to surpass it. So beloved were the two that perhaps no moment holds more significance to your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, than when he was presented the Ula Fala by his father Sika and Uncle Afa after the 2020 Hell in a Cell event. You see, it was their acknowledgement that gave Roman Reigns the unshakable confidence to continue his journey to becoming the greatest of all time.
The utmost respect, love, and gratitude for those men. Because if my father and uncle don't do what they do, we're not here.
We now humbly present to you the honor of walking in the famed footsteps of the Wild Samoans, finding a tag team in WWE's long and storied history that we felt would test the Wild Samoans was not an easy task. But then a thought came to your wise man. Why not give the audience exactly what they want? Why not put the Wild Samoans against one of the greatest tag teams of all time? Why not present Afa, Sika, the Wild Samoans versus Bubba Ray and Devon, the Dudley Boys? And if we're going to go that far, let's do it in a tables match. Showcase that savage brutality that made both teams the eternal legends we know them to be. No pinfalls, no submissions, no rules. Just be the team that avoids being put through the table and you will emerge victorious. And with these four men, you better believe that things are going to get extreme.
And here they come.
Guys, this is going to be a great one. You can feel the electricity already.
I feel the excitement and some fear, too.
2-on-2 tables match here with a master of the match, the Dudley Boys taking on the Wild Samoans.
There's always those thoughts in the back of your mind. My brother can beat up your brother. My brother can put your brother through a table faster. Finally, we get to see those thoughts become a reality.
Saxton, I never want to hear about the inner workings of your mind ever again.
I second that, but
A very ferocious demeanor emanates from the Wild Samoans. From the top. Now this is just classless. Somebody stop this competitor.
Corey, I've got to know, what can the Wild Samoans do to get the advantage in this tables match? After all, this is the Dudley Boys match, the match they put on the map, the match they're synonymous with.
Maybe the Wild Samoans have to be a little less wild, Cole. They still need to brutalize their opponents because that's what they do best. But the last thing Afa and Sika want to do is rush head first into a table. After all, that's exactly how you lose.
Striking with a knee. He's locked up. He's looking for something. This could get dangerous.
That table has only one destiny, and it involves being broken in half.
Corey, the Wild Samoans are about as tough and mean as they come, a very physical duo, and we've seen how they use their heads, almost like a concrete weapon.
Yeah, they don't need much flash. They're just a formidable ground and pound team. If they lack in offensive creativity, they make up for it in blunt force trauma. And nothing packs more blunt force trauma than an Alpha or Sika headbutt.
Nasty headbutt. Looks like he has something planned with his table, guys.
Oh, no.
Moving into the ring. Take off.
Felt like a boulder out of the sky and absolutely flattened the target.
And we can clarify how this match was something almost tailor-built by the Dudley Boys. With a famous series of TLC matches they've had, the Dudleys have become synonymous with the team in TLC.
And that didn't stand for tender, Cole. It means tables, and it means lots of it.
Yeah, and if Bubba Ray Devon can get the Wild Samoans to a table tonight, it will really add to the Dudley Boys' legacy even further.
At this stage, he's endured plenty of big attacks.
Might want to start setting up some tables before this match gets out of hand.
Jeez, nasty kick to the face. Ooh, going over the top all the way.
Got out of the way that time. Jack, face first.
And the Wild Samoans always have that gaze in their eyes, that look. He gets back into the ring. From way up. Down. Oh, no, we could be caught. He had it locked in. I didn't expect him to just let go.
I don't know what he's thinking, but he needs to focus on the task at hand. I guess he thinks the one thing missing in this match is a steel chair.
I can't imagine the pain being felt right now.
Yeah, he's just running on fumes now.
Boom! Oh, man! Bubba moves out of the way.
I still can't get over the look I always see on the Wild Samoans. It's like they have a one-track mind towards savage brutality.
They for sure answer yes to every question that makes up a scary tag team. Yes, they're rough. Yes, they're tough. Yes, they will maim. Yes, they will hurt. And yes, they will. Incredible!
Alpha and Sika might have just shown us the prelude to the Dudley's demise. And we're witnessing two titans of the tag team game absolutely destroying each other here.
The Wild Samoans and the Dudley Boys battling for supremacy, battling to get the other team through some tables.
And Alpha and Sika just beat the Dudley Boys at their own game.
Looks like they do not want them inside the ring anymore. Time to venture outside the ropes.
It's the Wild Samoans standing tall, having beat the Dudley Boys at their own game.
Devon and Bubba pushed Alpha and Sika to their limits, but in the end, there was only one way this match could end.
ఓకే మిగతా మ్యాచ్లు రేపు ఆడదాం.
From the very moment he arrived as the enforcer of the bloodline, Solo Sikoa has taken every brutal, savage element of his predecessors and refined them into a near-perfect smashing machine. Even in the year before his arrival, Solo raised eyebrows and garnered buzz while competing in NXT. But nobody could have predicted just how smoothly his transition to the main roster would go. And before I go on any further, let me make one thing perfectly clear. I'm only saying what I'm saying about Solo Sikoa because I am a wise man. I'm a professional. and because I'm being handsomely compensated for my stellar work as your host of the WWE 2K25 showcase. I haven't forgotten what Solo Sikoa and his rogue bloodline did to me. But I also know better than to let personal feelings hinder your professional endeavors. So with that being said, since his arrival at Clash at the Castle in 2022, Solo Sikoa has consistently been involved in WWE's biggest moments and biggest matches. He's been victorious in War Games. He's repeatedly enforced the Bloodline's will to maintain Roman Reigns' status as undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Champion.
I brought Solo in as an insurance policy. Solo was here to protect me. Solo was here to maintain the Promised Land. He's violent. He's strong. He's fast. He's all those things. And he betrayed me. Any man who would betray me must be a very dangerous man.
Solo defeated John Cena. Solo elected to betray your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, in an attempt to bestow upon himself the title of tribal chief. When I refused to acknowledge Solo as my tribal chief, you are not my tribal! He, Tamatonga, Tongaloa, and Jacob Fatu put me through a table in Madison Square Garden. And that led to opportunities to compete for the undisputed WWE Heavyweight Championship. It's led to more visibility with Solo's rogue bloodline ruling over SmackDown. Every choice Solo made only furthered his standing in WWE. He has the bloodlust of the wild Samoans, the brutality of his cousin Yokozuna, and the single-minded focus of Roman Reigns, all rolled into one. There is no question the future is his for the taking, and that he will be champion many times over, and that he may set records of his own before it's all said and done. Few men have so quickly served notice to all of WWE in the manner that Solo Sikoa has done. Whether you want to acknowledge him or not is irrelevant. One way or another, Solo Sikoa forces you to do just that, or you will suffer severe consequences. One by one, each and every single superstar on the WWE roster is going to find that out. Solo will make sure of it. I, of course, will simply await any and every opportunity for your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, to teach Solo some manners. Until that happens, though, we are taking you back to the 1-year anniversary special for NXT 2.0, which saw then North American champion Carmelo Hayes, and indeed, he is him, issue an open challenge. Unfortunately for the future superstar, it was to be answered by Solo Sikoa, and things went as well for Hayes as you can probably guess. Showcase the unrelenting fury that has made Solo Sikoa nearly unstoppable, and defeat Carmelo Hayes to earn Solo his first championship victory. It won't be easy against Carmelo, especially when he has Trick Williams watching his back. And if you make one mistake against the champ, he'll take his shot and most likely hit nothing but net.
Here comes the A-Champ.
The following contest scheduled for one fall is for the NXT North America.
What? This place is shaking!
We never thought we'd see Sikoa again.
Now this is a surprise. Carmelo Hayes seemingly had no challenger for his North American title, but Solo Sikoa just showed up here and said, I got next.
Thank goodness, Melo had an opponent chosen by the NXT Universe as they voted for Wes Lee. But Melo and Trick brutally attacked Lee backstage. Now we're being spared a Melo-bration and getting a real match.
And I would have never expected Sikoa to show up. He just joined the Bloodline on SmackDown, and now he's in the main event of NXT. Can the Bloodline get even more gold tonight?
Strong words from Carmelo Hayes before this match saying,
going head-to-head, putting each other to the test. Ooh, it looks like we've got ourselves a brawl here.
Sikoa taking command, and Melo is obviously still in shock about this impromptu match. This is a war of attrition with neither superstar wanting to be the one who surrenders. Foot meet face. And he's stumbling to his feet, unaware of his surroundings.
Solo Sikoa already with the strategic advantage, taking Hayes by surprise and challenging him for the North American title.
And the Street Champ needs to continue to be unpredictable if he wants that championship. He's got two sets of eyes watching his every move, so he needs to outmaneuver both Melo and Trick to succeed.
Did you see Melo's reaction when Sikoa's music hit? Hayes looked like he saw a ghost.
Solo's been saying he got next for the North American Championship, but that was a long time ago. Melo thought Sikoa was in his rearview mirror.
These two men took part in a triple threat for the North American title back at Spring Break 5 months ago. But they essentially canceled each other out that night, and neither man left with the title. Tonight, we're going to see who the better man is. And
Sikoa sent toward the ropes, and Carmelo Hayes with a kick right to the midsection. Melo taking it to Sikoa here.
The power of Solo just a little too much for the A-Champ in this instance.
What a chop.
Trademark viciousness. Lack of mercy. That's what Solo Sikoa is all about.
Into the corner. Big splash by Sikoa. Melo in trouble. Sikoa. Trick Williams making sure Melo got out of harm's way, well, at least momentarily.
Yeah, momentarily is right. Sikoa continuing to inflict more punishment on the champ.
And Hayes takes out Williams on the outside. Solo standing strong.
Solo not allowing the
soaring.
Good Lord, taking flight. Putting it all on the line and coming up big with a breathtaking move.
Trick Williams has been quite the difference maker for Carmelo Hayes over the last year. How many times has Williams helped Hayes and saved that North American title?
Yeah, but 10 days ago, Solo Sikoa did the same thing for Roman Reigns when he attacked Drew McIntyre at Clash at the Castle. Sikoa has blood on his hands, too.
Making his way to the top here. Watch out!
Reaching the end of the official's count. Come on, let's not end things like this. Melo reminding his opponent that he don't miss.
A clubbing blow.
Looking to end this.
The schoolboy. before won by the challenger.
What stamina. It's truly impressive to completely beat the count here.
Targeting the arm now.
Insulting.
Sent into the corner. Point of the elbow, nailed it. Carmelo now trying to capitalize. Counters to gain the advantage. And wait a second. Interesting turn of events here.
Now he just released the hold, and I'm racking my brain wondering why.
So much for the submission hold. He just lets go.
His grip strength. Looking to end this thing. Can they step through? Yes. Boston Crab.
Trying to free himself, trips the ankle, and he's out. And kicks off his opponent.
Carmelo Hayes with a...
Oh my goodness, what a cutter.
That is how a true champion defends their title.
Not even a 2 count. What unbelievable power.
Just mounted with punches. And a nasty stomp to finish it off.
What a main event this has been for the 1-year anniversary of NXT 2.0.
And without this re-break,
Off the top.
He fails to connect.
Oh gosh.
dropped him with a big shoulder tackle. Got him in the corner now.
Clothesline in the corner.
Boom.
And a kick. Ooh. Oh, perfect kick. Boom. Oh, a kick. Wow.
Oh, targeted and destroyed.
And he goes crashing to the outside.
Carefully measuring, waiting to strike. Look out!
Somersault plunge onto the floor. What a display of fearlessness we just witnessed.
That's the kind of attitude you need to take yourself to the next level.
Averting danger with an elbow to the stomach. Thanks for coming.
Bang! First 48 by Carmelo.
Melo didn't miss there. Can he retain? He doesn't have much time to get back in the ring.
Bringing this back into the ring. Beats the count without a moment to lose.
Winding up.
Samoan spike. Could that be enough to gain the title? What a way to celebrate a year of NXT 2.0. Two of its brightest stars going to war for the North American title.
Solo and Melo showing just how they've revitalized this brand. Propped up in the corner.
Counter after counter. Neither superstar getting the clear advantage.
Scoop slam. Hayes, he's thinking big.
He's slow to get up and unaware of the massive target. Hayes with...
Carmelo gets stifled.
Big uppercut rocks the jaw of Carmelo Hayes. Ripped out of the corner.
Looking to put him away, and now Trick Williams up on the apron, causing a distraction.
Trick paying dividends. Ooh. First 48.
And that could be the turning point for the North American champion.
Oh, Samoa drop by Sikoa, cover now for the win. Hayes kicks it too.
And Williams once again on the apron.
You can see how concerned Trick Williams is that Carmelo Hayes' championship hopes, might be fading away.
Super kick drops Williams. Hayes picked out of the sky.
Spinning solo.
Is that it for Carmelo Hayes? Trick is out. Carmelo is dazed. Here's your chance, Solo. The title could be yours.
Up high.
Delivers the elbow.
Rearing way back.
There's a Samoan spike. Ouch. Can't recover from that. What the? Sikoa is the new champion.
Here is your winner, and new NXT North American Champion, Solo Sikoa!
Solo is your new champion. And is the North American title now going to SmackDown?
I ain't doing this one. We can have all the fun we want with these video games and this showcase and these fantasy matchups like Sika versus Bubba Ray and Diva. But I'm not doing shtick about Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. That's a little too volatile. And it's way too personal for Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins came up together in the Shield. And Seth Rollins took it upon himself to disband the Shield by blindsiding Roman Reigns with a chair. At WrestleMania 31, Roman Reigns, in the main event of WrestleMania, was about to win the WWE title when Seth Rollins cashed in Money in the Bank and stole the main event, the match, and the title from Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns lost the Undisputed Championship after almost 4 years, the greatest title reign of all time, to Cody Rhodes. Not because Cody Rhodes was the better man, but because Seth Rollins was right there. And the seduction, the bloodlust that Roman Reigns had for that moment of revenge was too much for Roman Reigns to give up. And for the first time in Roman Reigns' life, he took his eye off the ball for that much time and smashed Seth Rollins with a chair, the same way Seth did a decade earlier to Roman. And that moment gave Cody Rhodes all he needed to end the most historic title reign in WWE history. I'm supposed to do shtick about Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins for a showcase? I mean, it's smart, because the next time Roman Reigns steps into the ring with Seth Rollins will be the last time Seth Rollins steps into a ring. Next time Roman Reigns gets his hands on Seth Rollins, you won't have your architect anymore. You won't have your visionary anymore. You won't have your revolutionary anymore. You will have your tribal chief, Roman Reigns, but you'll never again have Seth freaking Rollins. Roman Reigns will put an end to Seth Rollins in WWE. And then the only way you'll ever be able to see Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins will be in the WWE 2K25 showcase Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins from the 2022 Royal Rumble. And that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
The big question as we kick off Royal Rumble, will Roman survive tonight?
For the man who's walking down...
Look at this. Even more mind games from Rollins. As we heard that music pop right there, the Shield, you can't help but have a little nostalgia. You can't help but think back to the glory days.
The following contest, is for the Universal Championship. Introducing the challenger from Davenport, Iowa, weighing in at 217 pounds, Seth and his opponent from Pensacola, weighing in at 265 pounds, he is the Universal Champion,
And that title, the WWE Universal Championship, has been in Reigns' possession for a record-breaking 516 days. Can he extend the reign even further tonight? The Royal Rumble Premium Live event kicks off with a match between two former brothers. Roman Reigns in his record 516-day reign as Universal Champion versus Seth Rollins, donned in the old gear that they used to wear in the Shield.
Rollins looks very comfortable in that tactical vest yet again.
But he's even more comfortable inside the head of the Tribal Chief. We haven't seen Roman with this type of look, this type of confusion in 500 plus days.
And the wise man, Paul Heyman, will be at ringside for a championship match tonight, just not this one.
And that's just sickening to me, Cole. Reigns had just cause for firing the wise man, and now Paul's right back with his old client. Heyman has zero loyalty to the bloodline.
Okay, Corey, did you forget the fact that Roman attacked Heyman? Anyway, Reigns just needs to forget all of that tonight. Rollins is already playing next-level mind games in this match. Reigns cannot let Paul Heyman's actions affect him.
Being placed in the corner here. And that canceled out Reigns' offense.
What?
Oh, my God.
Face first. Dodges away.
Gentlemen, for 17 months, Roman Reigns is dominating. He had special counsel and cousins to help him stay in control, to keep his cool, to concentrate on the business at hand. But now Paul Heyman is gone, and the Usos are barred from ringside.
Without those calming forces, cracks have started to show. Every comment Rollins has made about their past cuts deeper. Every mind game breaks Roman's spirit even further. This might be the toughest physical battle the Tribal Chief has faced, but it definitely is his toughest mental battle.
Seth freaking Rollins has made it extremely personal with Roman Reigns. Years ago when he destroyed the Shield, and again in the lead up to this match.
And if I'm Roman, I'm taking all that aggression and ending this quickly. Go full force and incapacitate Rollins ASAP, because the longer Reigns fights with all his rage, the more potential he has to make a tactical error.
Seth Rollins says he knows Roman Reigns so well, says he knows how to prey on the insecurities of the Universal Champion.
Rollins knew there was one thing that Roman Reigns could never, ever get over, that it was Seth Rollins who chose to end the Shield.
That blow to the back of Roman Reigns with a steel chair so many years ago broke up perhaps the greatest faction in WWE history. Who would have thought that moment would still loom so large and be the biggest key to victory for Seth freaking Rollins? Meeting the barricade. And Reigns unleashes the Superman punch.
Absolutely laid Rollins out. And now Reigns from the top.
Oh, God. Terrible landing on the outside.
A gruesome landing. I don't know how you walk away from that.
I have to admit, it's a pretty cold move for Rollins to just take the years of history the Shield had and turn it into a joke here tonight.
It's appalling, Saxton. Rollins has always treated that sacred history as a joke. Now we know that Roman Reigns is a loyal man, a family man. What Seth Rollins did to his family 8 years ago was cowardly.
On the top.
Misses big time.
Big blow could be felt throughout the arena.
Rollins pulling out all the stops early. Rope in. Title on the line.
Champ's in trouble.
Kicking out before the count.
All the punishment he's taken, and yet he's still in this match. Reigns gets out of harm's way. Oh.
The Tribal Chief has been dominant over the last 516 days since he captured the Universal Championship. Month after month, he's dominated every top contender on the SmackDown roster.
Roman Reigns has beaten big names over the last year and a half, but following it up with the cover.
2. Oh, close call makes the champ nervous.
Getting that shoulder up now is huge.
He's looking to go high risk from the top rope.
Sky high.
Oh, took it high risk, but was off the mark. I hate to say this, but the Tribal Chief has become extremely frazzled without the...
Oh, and Rollins! Here comes Seth! Sling blade!
Rollins in complete control.
Look out! Star Frog Splash!
Seth with a big move there. The title is within reach.
And he only stays down for a 1 count.
These 1 counts are going to get harder and harder to kick out.
He's looking lost out there. Looking like an easy target.
Superman punch!
And Reigns unleashed absolutely everything he had on Rollins there.
You doing here, Corey?
Went for the submission, but the opponent got too close to the ropes.
Got him right where he wants him.
Kick gets caught. Clothesline takes him down. Forget about it.
Reigns, Rollins, both men are waging an epic battle.
For years, these Shield brothers would go town to town and beat the competition to a pulp. Tonight, they're doing it to each other.
Spear by Reigns.
Did the champ just finish the job? I don't even think Roman's aware of where he is anymore. He has tunnel vision for Rollins. The only thing the Tribal Chief is seeing right now is red. And heaven have mercy on Reigns.
And here's Reigns now, misses wildly with the clothesline attempt. Spear! Spear by Reigns! Roman Reigns from out of nowhere with a spear!
That could end it for Rollins if Roman could just make the cover.
Roman trying to fight through the pain. Oh my, guys. Guys, look at what Rollins is doing.
After all these two have been through, Rollins wants that Shield fist bump.
Reigns shaking it off as Rollins continues to try to play mind games.
Yeah, but that may have triggered a litany of emotions within the Tribal Chief. Reigns unsure of what to do.
Roman Reigns determining what to do now. Will he slay his former brother? Reigns now. Look, gonna lock in the guillotine. Submission move locked in. Submission move locked in.
Rollins in major peril right now. Rollins looking like he's starting to fade.
Seth trying desperately to make it to the bottom rope.
I'm not sure he can make it, Corey.
Trying to make it to the rope to force some sort of break. Seth trying to hang on. How can he do this here? Is Rollins going to tap there? What's Rollins going to do? Is he going to tap out?
Well, he makes it to the rope. Reigns has a 5 count to break the hold.
And Reigns breaks the hold here. Roman breaks the hold, and this match continues.
It just shows you how locked in Roman Reigns is to winning this match. Rollins just motionless now. Roman had that guillotine locked in far too long.
Well, the oxygen slowly circulating through Seth again, but I feel it's just a matter of time. The fun and games Rollins has been playing has pushed the Tribal Chief. Superman punch by the Tribal Chief.
The champ is in control.
It's the cover. What's he doing? He had this match in the bag.
Oh, Roman Reigns locked and loaded, measuring his opponent. Here we go.
And there it is. The title's not going anywhere tonight.
He's getting back up, but I don't think he's going to like what he finds.
Did the champ just close this out?
Just hot shot it to the outside.
Uh-oh. Crash and burn.
A huge miss. There's bad timing, and then there's whatever you want to call that. Oh, now look out. Here we go. That's called changing the decor of the broadcast area.
I have a feeling there's more to come, Corey.
What a match.
It's total madness in here.
The level of destruction in this match is getting out of hand.
Oh no, I think I left my phone in that desk.
Oh, it's not like anyone's gonna call you, Saxton.
The cover! Kick out after one from the champion. Why on earth would he give up the pin?
He's got bad intentions.
What a spear by Reigns.
Consider your title dreams dashed after that.
Hard into the corner.
Man, did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles?
Superman punch by Reigns.
Finish things off. There's the spear by the Tribal Chief.
And Reigns retains the title.
Here is your winner, and still the Universal Champion,
Roman Reigns has finally done it. Finally earned that title defense against Seth Rollins. Finally exercised the ghost of the Shield.
It looks like a...
I'm the last guy to knock a revolution. I've led a few of those, you know. I admire revolutionaries. I respect evolutionaries. They are the lifeblood of the bloodline. So when Solo Sikoa seized the moment and became the tribal chief in Roman Reigns' absence, I didn't like it. I don't even think I respected it. But something deep down in me admired it. That took some forward thinking.
I'm the chief now!
Now we all know what happened when the OG bloodline, led by Roman Reigns, faced the new rogue bloodline, led by Solo Sikoa, in the War Games. But there was a discussion here while planning the WWE 2K25 showcase that has me, your wise man, admittedly a little intrigued. What if War Games was limited to only OG bloodline, no honorary uses, versus Solo's rogue bloodline, no honorary uses? It's 4-on-4 Roman Reigns. The Usos, Sami Zayn versus Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and the most dangerous new competitor WWE has ever seen, the Samoan werewolf Jacob Fatu. What happens then? This is your moment to determine who is the real bloodline. This is your moment to determine who is the only bloodline. This is where the bloodline's legacy and the bloodline's future is in your hands.
The following contest is the men's War Games match. The rules of the match are as follows. Two teams will be contained in separate cages, with one member of each team starting the match. At regular intervals, alternating members from each team will be released to enter the match. The team with the advantage will be the first to have a member released into the match. Once all competitors have entered, War Games officially begins! The match can be won by pinfall or submission. Exiting the cage will result in a forfeit. And now, let the War Games begin!
is in chaos. This wrestling dynasty is on the brink of collapse.
This conflict goes far beyond acknowledgement, Michael. This man and the original bloodline are fighting for their livelihood.
Introducing first, from San Francisco, California, weighing in at 242 pounds, main event, Jey Uso!
This man and the rest of the original bloodline is under attack. The new bloodline will do whatever it takes to wipe out the old guard.
But this man and the rest of his crew will not go down without a fight. This is a power struggle that could not be contained by a traditional 20-by-20 ring. He's ready to bring the heavy fire to the new bloodline.
The original bloodline was created with the wisdom of the elders, but this man and the new bloodline are destroying what was built.
Well, this conflict was unfathomable until now. The new bloodline is ready to hunt.
And from Sacramento, California, weighing in at 285 pounds, the Samoan werewolf, Jacob.
The new bloodline does not live by a code. They do not act with honor. This man says the OG bloodline will suffer the consequences of their disloyalty.
We are looking at a heavy hitter with pure malice in his eyes.
And he's looking to make his name at the expense of the old guard of the bloodline.
The OG bloodline have never faced a threat like this.
The island of relevancy is no more. The OG bloodline is fighting bloodthirsty savages who will feast on whatever they can.
There will be no hesitation in pulling the trigger, and the OGs have got to match that ferocity.
And gentlemen, it is time for Bloodline War Games. Roman Reigns, the Usos, and Sami Zayn versus Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and Jacob Fatu.
Both of these sides have a deep and abiding hatred for one another. Solo felt he was held down. His crew never called up during Roman's time as the tribal chief.
But most of the men on Roman's side were unceremoniously removed from the bloodline courtesy of Solo Sikoa. And those who weren't have faced continued attacks from the new bloodline.
And the winners tonight are very likely to be considered the true bloodline by the WWE Universe. Let's see who comes out on top tonight. Solo Sikoa, leader of the new bloodline, has called himself the head of the table, called himself tribal chief.
And when he asked the WWE Universe to acknowledge him, we're hearing more and more of the crowd agree.
Well, Solo has grown in power with big wins and title reigns, but this is his biggest test yet. If his crew can defeat Romans, Sikoa will be everything he says he is and more.
Before War Games officially starts, what do you guys think is the key to the old school bloodline coming out on top?
Every one of these men is a proven main eventer, Michael, but that won't be enough if they can't stay on the same page.
Yeah, and given how united Solo's team is, I don't think even the Mount Rushmore of WWE can handle the new bloodline.
Roman and his crew need to remember what bonded them, what made their team Usi, and work as a real team. Just one last time.
I think tonight is going to be a breakout performance for Jacob Fatu. So much raw talent in that young man.
Every bloodline member, new and old, is a generational athlete. But Jacob seems to be a step ahead of every one of these men at times.
Many already believe Jacob can take the mantle as the leader of the bloodline. If he's the one to earn the victory tonight, this time as the tribal chief may come sooner than anyone thinks. I don't like what he's thinking here. Not one bit.
Oh my God, no!
You have to have nerves of steel just to climb the cage. But to jump from it, that's as bold as it gets.
Uh-oh. Flapjack! Way out there. Stiff kick. And some effective offense with that one. Sami Zayn grew so much as a member of of the bloodline, it really gave him a sense of self-worth.
Yeah, but part of that self-worth came from defying Roman, from defeating the Usos, which begs the question, and I wish there was a better way to phrase this. Is Sami Zayn still Usi?
I think he is, Corey. Sami seems elated to be fighting alongside Jay and even Jimmy. Those are his dogs.
The next entrant incoming to even up the odds.
Here we go, your favorite, Cole.
Oh, no. Driving down with the sledgehammer.
That corner area really getting lit up.
Taking full advantage of the fallen object in play here.
Nasty boot by Zayn.
No doubt, Sami just ended this. Old bloodline, new bloodline, both sides engaging in a brutal battle.
Every one of these men is fighting with every fiber in their being to be considered the true bloodline.
From the middle rope. Oh, what a splash!
Oh, man.
Oh, what a kick! And guys, this is what War Games is all about. Both bloodlines leaving it all in the ring. But now here's Jey Uso.
Can Jacob Fatu come back from that?
Going up to the turnbuckle here.
Foot, meet face.
Gotta be a bit tough for Jey to stand up amongst this team. Some close allies, but some enemies he's yet to forgive.
We've seen the wars that Jey has waged with his cousin Roman, with his brother Jimmy, but he needs to put that aside tonight.
And Jey has the title wins and big victories that earned him the main event moniker. But if he's the one to put away the new bloodline, he will truly be the main event of War Games.
The crowd is counting it down. Next entry will tip the scales in their team's favor. He's taken on some damage at this point.
Zayn capitalized on that opening when it appeared.
There's the buzzer, and Jimmy Uso is... Boom!
Well, meanwhile, here's Sami Zayn.
Has Sami ended it there?
If there's one man here with the most to prove, it's got to be Tony.
We've often seen that the man with the most to prove ends up being the difference maker in War Games.
Many folks think Tom Malone is just a foot soldier for Solo. But let's not forget, this man is the son of Uso.
Numbers advantage or not, he's leaving nothing to chance as he searches under the apron.
Can Jacob Fatu come back from that?
He's setting this table up, and guys, someone's about to have a really bad night.
And entering into an absolute war zone, giving the troops the boost they need.
Solo Sikoa's group at a slight disadvantage. His side is less experienced inside this structure.
But look at how young the target's been acquired once more. From the top.
You talk about giving a DDT with authority.
Jacob about to end this fight.
Every person in this capacity crowd is on their feet.
And with good reason. These superstars are earning all of their respect.
Mere seconds away from evening the odds in War Games. And I don't know how much longer this can continue.
He has been battered and beaten.
And looking at Jey Uso.
Jacob Fatu's got a problem here. He's quick to get out of the way there. Oh, man.
8 men in this war, but one seems to be fighting his own internal battle. That man, Jimmy Uso.
He's currently on team.
Watch out! And Tom Page for leaving an opening. Boom! Connected with a short elbow.
We've already seen a few blows land.
He's about to do it. He's about to do it again.
DDT.
Did Jacob Fatu get enough of it?
I think he really felt that one.
Zayn getting the better of his opponent on that one.
Bloodline War Games.
Placing him in the corner.
Ooh! And now officially in the frame. It pays to be coming in and have more friends than foes in the cage. Sledgehammer right to the gut.
Looking like John Henry swinging the hammer like that.
He came crashing down into a perilous position between the two rings. He's looking like easy prey, about to fall into a trap. Perilous position for him to be in here.
Sami Zayn, the ultimate underdog, going for first up top.
Buster on the top turnbuckle. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Heads him off with a pass.
Sending him all the way over to the next ring. What a fight.
We're seeing more offense directed toward the head.
A smart strategy in any situation. Another vicious attack to his head.
That's the kind of offense that could ruin your whole balance.
And with his coming entrant, the teams will officially be evened up.
Getting set up in the corner now.
And now the new tribal chief, Solo Sikoa, joining Bloodline War Games.
Smart, attacking the arm.
Climbing up the War Games steel structure. Better be careful. Numbers about to even, but not before he brings in a little backup from the outside.
The ultimate test of balance here.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
A complete miss from the top of the cage. That did not go as planned.
And someone needs to check on this competitor right now. I don't think this match can continue. Jacob Fatu sending a clear message here.
It's time, guys. War Games has begun.
The fight only gets tougher from here on out, gentlemen. There's no actual game in War Games. It's all Uso.
Ouch! Will Jimmy seal this up?
Oh, man, he took a hard landing into the upper ring.
And he's just been tossed aside into a new terrain.
And into the corner he goes. Tama Tonga executing a vicious Tonga.
Reigns sizing up the target. Reigns got all of it. That was vicious.
That could put Tama down for good.
Solo putting him on play.
And he's got cartoon birds swirling over his head right now for sure.
All these attacks.
The tribal chief, Uso,
It is Jay.
Wow, Reigns nailed it.
Sami Zayn has his opponent hooked. Exploder into the turnbuckles.
The onslaught to his core has continued.
Sami with a big boot.
Is Zayn closing this out? Stalking his prey, ready to strike. Shows great wherewithal there.
Jimmy back into the wall now.
Yeah, Jacob Fatu somehow sustaining the advantage despite everything he's been through.
He's headed up. Might be going.
There's the cut.
Both wrists captured it.
Knee to the face.
Sikoa might have just finished things.
Still gonna take a massive effort to keep him down. DDT!
From the middle rope. Meanwhile, we have Roman Reigns.
Looks like this could be the end.
His body is showing the effects of this match.
Oh, that's it. Oh, my goodness. What the moonsault. Does Jimmy have any fight left? And Tanga Loa pulls things out.
Now Reigns. He just got sent flying into the opposite ring.
Reigns hits him. And that can vanquish Tanga.
Turning it into a pin.
No doubt, Sammy just ended this. And Team Roman wins War Games.
The new bloodline has fallen.
Here are your winners, Roman Reigns, Jimmy and Jey Uso, and Sami Zayn, the Bloodline.
Unbelievable. Roman's original bloodline crew found a way to work together and reestablish their dominance.
You may not know who your brother or enemy is by their last name, but when you're in battle, look to your left, look to your right. That's family. And this is the one true bloodline.
Okay, a little bit out of character for your wise man, but that was a little bit difficult for me to watch. Seeing this family splinter into two groups, fighting against each other, it breaks my dark heart. But they're all grown men, and you settled the issue. Now let's give Solo credit. Forming Team Solo was, of course, his usual backup of Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, the sons of Haku, feared as one of the baddest men to ever walk planet Earth. Along with them, the Samoan werewolf, Jacob Fatu, son of Tama, also known as TK All Day, the Tonga Kid, another fearsome competitor from WWE's golden era. But did you know that Haku and Tama once comprised one of WWE's most impressive tag teams? Haku had been considered family by the Dynasty for years on end, and his teaming with Tama, brother of Rikishi, solidified this for eternity. The Islanders were a formidable test for any tag team in WWE in the late 1980s, competing against teams like the Hart Foundation and the British Bulldogs. Initially fan favorites, the two would embrace a more hard-nosed approach and even teamed up with WWE Hall of Famer Bobby the Brain Heenan, finding even more success. The team flawlessly merged aerial excellence, martial arts mastery, and some good old-fashioned Islander grit. Perhaps their most infamous moment saw them actually dog-nap Matilda, mascot of the British Bulldogs, showing that they were willing to do literally anything to throw opponents off their game. Both men are still revered today as two of the real legit tough guys in the industry, names that instill fear simply upon mention, and they absolutely taught their children well. Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa both love to slowly brutalize an opponent in the traditional Haku style, while Jacob Fatu hurls his body at opponents from all angles with reckless abandon, much like Islander Tama in his TK All Day heyday. For their inclusion in the 2K25 showcase, we find the Islanders in a dream match, taking on another team that has mastered the air, ground fighting, and has their own brand of swag that keeps opponents guessing at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the Street Profits. Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins have put together one hell of a run in WWE, and the perennial tag team champions are going to find themselves in an unfamiliar setting, taking on Haku and Tama in a best 2 out of 3 falls match. Anyone can sneak a win out, but Haku and Tama often competed in this type of match to fully demonstrate the superiority to their opponents. And you can bet
that they're out to do the same thing to Angelo and Tez. So get out there and showcase the tag team mastery that the Islanders used to terrorize their opponents. Lift your party cups and take one last sip for the Street Profits. And don't worry, no one will hold you responsible for the damage you and the Islanders caused them. Because I assure you, the Islanders can handle the smoke.
It is time for the Street Profits to get themselves some of the Islanders.
Well, with all due respect to the smoke and the party, the Street Profits had better be ready for what's coming.
Tez and Dawkins have to be...
The Islanders and Street Profits facing off here in a 2 out of 3 falls match. Two teams that mix high flying and hard hits with ease. This is going to be exciting.
The Islanders move at such speeds that you can't take your eyes off them for a second.
Oh, look out! Diving elbow.
Down with a suplex.
Something that Tez and Dawkins need to watch out for tonight is the presence of Bobby the Weasel Heenan. He'll do anything for his clients.
Don't you dare disparage the brain, Saxton. Heenan is indeed a wise man who has quickly brought the Islanders up the ranks. They'll be tag champions in no time.
Oh, man.
Corey, you've competed in these type of matches before. What's the key to victory for Haku and Tama?
It's crucial for the Islanders to win the first fall as early as possible. To do that, they've got to either isolate Ford or Dawkins and block their path to make an attack.
And Haku is opposing any offense from his opponent.
The Islanders putting a beating on the Street Profits.
We're watching two great teams at work right now.
Finds the roll-up.
His shoulders are down.
Letting his opponent out of the pin.
Yeah, gotta wonder what he's thinking.
Made it for the tag. DDT.
And shoulders are down. He's able to kick out before 2.
He's not letting fatigue set in or get the better of him.
Walking in the sleeper hold.
Oh, and a neck breaker.
Right on the arm.
Not good. Haku looking to capitalize after the reversal. So many accolades for Dawkins and Ford. Triple Crown Tag Team Champions, multiple WrestleMania wins. This win could be another major feather in their caps.
It could be, but for the Islanders, all those accolades are motivation. Haku and Tama know they're the best tag team around, so they want to knock off the Profits and prove it. Then maybe they'll get the respect they rightfully deserve. Uh-oh. Nothing fancy there.
Oh my God, what a kick.
From the top.
Diving shoulder tackle.
He got it. Tag me. Oh, there may be no escape from this. Haku
With a tongue-in death grip. And he decides to let his opponent out of the hold.
Might have felt like he was losing a grip and didn't want the opposition to counter out of the submission.
Sent right into the corner.
Tag is good.
Tag Bay double team. Gonna send their opponent across the ring into the ropes. And
here it comes. Big time impact.
Look, I get that the Islanders are brutal, but when I look at Haku, I kind of see something royal about him.
Are you kidding me, Saxton? Haku's a big, mean dude who loves to brawl.
Into the pin.
this could do it. this is unexpected, Byron.
Yeah, I'm guessing he wasn't fully in position. Ford did his homework there.
Uh-oh. Down to Otis.
And a double axe handle smash.
Nasty stop of the arm.
Got the leg, attacking the leg there.
A 2 out of 3 falls match is a different beast and a bit of a rarity in tag team competition. But one of these teams actually has a bit of a history with the stipulation.
Yeah, Cole, the Islanders have a history of success in multi-fall matches and in high-profile situations, no less. They competed in the main event of the first Royal Rumble event in this kind of match and won it in 2 straight falls.
They also won a 2 out of 3 falls match on Saturday night's main event. Bottom line, the Islanders are more than ready for this. Hopefully, the Street Profits are quick learners.
Placing him in the corner. Oh, right to the gut. And Montez Ford finds himself on the defensive.
The Islanders straight up crushing the Profits here. My God, the Islanders continuing the assault. The Street Profits just don't...
To the sky! Point of the elbow finds the mark.
And now the tag. Again? He's making the climbing.
From the heavens.
Oh, he paid for that high risk. The Street Profits having a bit of trouble here against the Islanders.
There's just something about the Nani family that Tez and Dawkins can't quite overcome.
From the top. Big time splash.
This is a man possessed.
Taking flight.
Elbow drop.
We thought it was going to be the Street Profits going to the air. This often.
The Islanders beating Angelo and Montez at their own game now.
There may be no escape from this. Haku!
He just decides to end the hold.
Wonder what he's thinking here.
Does he get him here? And he picks up the quick fall here.
And he's tagging his partner in.
Big flying forearm.
This is a big night for the Street Profits. Their party cups are filled to the brim tonight. I took a sniff of it, and it nearly knocked me out.
The Islanders make the tag. Haku and Tama planning something big here.
Savant kick drops their opponent.
The Profits are down, and the Islanders are about to reap the rewards.
And Haku looking to secure victory. Second fall for the Islanders, and they beat the Profits.
Here are your winners, Tama and Haku, the Islanders.
What a matchup. The Islanders met the Street Profits at every turn in the air and the ground. This loss is going to hurt Dawkins and Ford for a long time.
Look, we saw tremendous tag teams do what they do best, but only one could win. And the Islanders stepped up and got the job done. Tama and Haku just proved...
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the words to convey how proud I am to have been part of this historic showcase. Having worked alongside this family, this bloodline, for so many decades, reliving moments that I got to experience firsthand has been a privilege of the highest order. Introducing you to WWE legends that I hold in such high esteem, and also spotlighting the modern day greatness their descendants have provided you in recent years, all to pay tribute to the greatest wrestling family I have ever known, has truly been my privilege. To be successful in this industry is a 1 in a billion chance. To see one bloodline continue continuously pump out superstar after superstar, champion after champion, generation after generation is a testament not only to the skills they possess, but also to the work they put in to become absolute masters of their craft. And it cannot be stated any other way. This dynasty, this family, this bloodline has mastered every single solitary aspect of professional wrestling. And by reliving their magnificent history, you've begun your path of mastery as well. You've conquered former champions, righted some very egregious historical wrongs, survived war games, and even settled the question as to who the true tribal chief really is. You've unlocked WWE legends who are now ready to unleash their special brand of offense on current WWE superstars who didn't think they'd ever have to face these classic competitors like Haku or the Wild Samoans. It wasn't easy, and you definitely had to get a little oozy along the way. But you showed that bloodline spirit and determination, and now you stand at the top of the mountain. On behalf of WWE and the 2K families, we all thank you so very much for playing. And on behalf of every fan of this beautiful performance art known as professional wrestling, we thank you, the Anawai, Fatu, and Maivia clans, for decades of entertainment and generations of pure brilliance, for creating greatness with your hard work and sharing it with all of us so freely. Before we go, we do have one last surprise for you at home. Now that you've showcased your skills and earned a spot as an honorary Oos, it's time for you to choose who rules your WWE universe as the Tribal Chief. Is Roman Reigns still your Tribal Chief, or have you thrown in with the attempted coup by Solo Sikoa? Do you want to see Tamina finally rule over everyone? Or is it TK all day, every day, don't you say? Regardless of who you choose, you've earned the right to acknowledge your tribal chief.
గేమ్ ఇది అయితే అయిపోయినట్టే. వేరే ఎవరో కూడా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాను. యా ఇక్కడ రాక్ కూడా ఉంటా. ద ఫైనల్ బాస్. మా స్టోరీ మొత్తం రామరాజ్య గడితే కదా, మనం పెట్టుకుని ఆడదాం.
Wow! How is this for an opening opponent in a gauntlet match?
Makes you want to throw in the towel before the bell even rings. History being made right here. The most prestigious family in the history of our business is at war with one of their own members. And tonight will be a battle to set order to the entire bloodline.
An uphill battle is what it will be. You have the toughest set of competitors trying to dash your dreams of being recognized as the head of the table.
And driven down with a flapjack.
And And we know there was turmoil in the family coming into this match, so much so they decided a gauntlet match was the only way to set the narrative straight.
Let's call it what it is, Michael. The family wants to put this member in their place, wants to bring them down a peg. To me, tonight reads more like punishment for having ambition. From behind, back suplex. Leg drop. Boom. Reigns able to sidestep.
Look at Reigns, top rope.
From way up. Double axe handle connects. Oh my goodness.
Just punishing their opponent. And we know the lineup we are seeing tonight is exceptionally talented. Each one is capable of taking anybody to their breaking point.
Yeah, but I think our prime challenger has a chip on their shoulder. As dangerous as this lineup looks, I do believe the most dangerous individual is the one who's taking them all on.
Oh, man.
And he goes for the pin! Gets his shoulder up before the 2 count.
Showing his determination there with that kick out. Ooh, bullseye.
Roman's on a roll here.
And Roman has really been able to neutralize Solo.
And Roman has to be seeing stars after that attack from Solo. Piercing the throat. Ooh. Oh, that hurt. Ooh. He got out of dodge just.
Oh shit.
Solo and Spike. Sikoa might have just finished things. I'm absolutely stunned. A display of near superhuman resilience.
After seeing that, it's hard to imagine what it's going to take to keep this competitor down.
I can't tell if it's anger in the eyes or the fact that he hasn't finished this, or if it's disbelief that his opponent is still in this.
From the top.
Oh, gosh. That looked like a bad landing.
And gets sent right into the corner. Crushing impact
Corner. A couple back elbows to follow. Just caught flush.
This is getting into dangerous waters here.
But I highly doubt anybody's going to throw in a towel, though.
big back body drop. Going in for the win here.
He breaks the ref's count before 2.
Surprised to not even get a 2 count at this point.
What reflexes to stop Sikoa? Reigns with a Superman punch. Cover. There's 2. Win and elimination. Solo comes out of here.
Still a long road ahead with many roadblocks yet to enter the ring.
And now we've got Tama stepping up in this gauntlet match.
That might end Tama's chances.
Cover. 2. He's still in this fight.
I thought that was game over.
Pure guts to kick out there.
I don't believe it. Reigns has ended so many matches that way, but this one just took an unexpected turn. Ooh, what a response. And let's not lose the reason for this match, the right, no, the honor to have sole possession of a seat that stands at the head of the table.
Well, if you could survive tonight, you will be at the top of the mountain, casting an enormous shadow on every possible challenger.
I'm already intimidated, thinking about the Ulafala adorned around from the top, through the air, and connects.
Completely throwing self-preservation out the window.
I don't know how your mind would even think.
Launching.
Whoa, what landing.
Trying to do as much damage as humanly possible.
But at what cost? On the apron, look out below.
Just amazing athleticism being shown here. And he tosses it back in now.
And he wants more. Right back up the ropes. Launching.
What a clothesline.
You've got to be kidding.
Will this be enough? Well, He's been eliminated.
But you look at our entry pool and it starts to sink in just how much action's left to go.
Next into the gauntlet, we've got the one and only Rocky Maivia.
family. And right or wrong, however a family settles their disputes needs to be respected.
Well, one can even ask if this is a fight to fix a family or a fight to control an entire business.
It's hard to say, Michael, when the family business is all about fighting.
Escape. Inside cradle. Oh, look at this small package!
It's going to take more than that to keep him down.
Got to do more to get the fall. Lands an elbow.
Bang! Knee right on target. Elbow drop.
He's headed to the top now.
He might be getting up, but it doesn't look like it will be for long.
Take off. Missile drop kick. Shoulders down. This could be it.
Kicks out on the pinfall attempt.
It'll take more than that to hold him down. Lethal combination.
That was a vicious display.
You can almost see the disdain in their eyes. Oh, a boot to the face.
He's certainly feeling that attack.
And Reigns doing some proverbial smashing there. Sidewalk slam! Almost drove him through the ring.
Reigns hits it.
No coming back from Reigns after that. Is it enough? The cover! Two!
Yes, Rocky Maivia has been eliminated. Time to hit the showers.
I'm so caught up I forgot where the hell we are in the entry list. Trust me, many more battles await. Now entering the gauntlet is Tamina, ready for action.
And Reigns unleashes the Superman punch.
Two. Gets the shoulder up. Wow.
Man, what a hit.
And Corey, there's more than family pride on the line tonight. Everyone in WWE is watching, wanting to know this challenge can be conquered.
And think about the bragging rights. If you run through the gauntlet of one of the most prestigious families in all of wrestling, you will automatically be considered the toughest badass walking this earth.
Tamina being controlled by the opposition here.
Tamina has to devise a new plan here. Sidewalk slam.
And that's not going to make Tamina happy.
Yeah, Reigns brought the fight in a major way on that exchange.
In a sidewalk slam. Oh. Bam. She flipped it. Nani kicks out. This could do it. And she kicks out at two.
Very close. Fatigue clearly setting in. Tamina's in crisis mode.
Cover. Two. Gone from the gauntlet. Here's Tamina.
5 more challengers left to go. Can it be done?
Here's The Rock, ready to shake things up in this gauntlet.
Tonight. How much longer can these superstars continue to fend off defeat?
Every obstacle's been met with equal measures of tenacity. It's going to take a lot to close this one out.
Got their opponent up.
Driven down.
He's going for it.
Somehow.
Not time to expect victory yet.
Thunderous club comes down. Very effective. Ripcord.
Oh my goodness, nasty line.
That scary look in his eyes. Fixated on the opposition.
Ooh, getting kicked out by surprise. pushing onto their opponent.
Ooh, face first into the post. Getting carried to a vulnerable position here. No. Power bomb onto the apron. Tossed back into the ring.
Taking flight.
Totally missed that one. Ooh. And he just has to be in indescribable pain.
These are the moments professionals train for. When you are at your breaking point.
Effective use of the knee.
Big elbow drop.
That was definitely an attempt to take off some of the black shine there.
Roman just solidifying his position at the top.
Flying.
Body on body.
Wow. Cover! 2, and still in this.
Getting dangerously close to ending it all there.
Boom, what a kick.
Rock sensed that was coming.
Reigns heads up, this is gonna be good. From the top. Are you kidding me? Unparalleled intensity from Roman Reigns.
Reigns is making an opportunity for himself.
How in the world did he kick out?
Sidesteps.
Delivers the backbreaker.
Now the Rock into the cover. This could do it. It only gets a 1 count.
If that won't beat him, I'm not sure anything will.
Ooh, he fends that off.
Effective arm drag.
Foot just stomping down.
And he avoids what was coming.
Superman punch from Reigns.
Cover. 2 count. No, he gets the shoulder up.
There's some shock in the arena after that.
The Rock just got checked in.
Cover. 2 count. That makes it official. The Rock is out of this gauntlet match.
This one is far from over with 4 more combatants still to come.
Out comes Rikishi, ready for this gauntlet match.
Resilience.
He's got to be running on instinct alone. And after all that, Roman Reigns still has an end to this battle.
This arena is roaring.
I think the desk is shaking.
Here's the pump handle. Suplex.
Launched. Boom. Things now not going well for Rikishi.
Yeah, Rikishi's on the wrong side of every exchange.
Rikishi, nice takedown. Stacked him up. Does he have him here? 3, no. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. No one can. He's heading to the top turnbuckle. From the top.
The elbow drop. Oh, it's a piercing elbow. No way. Again. Flying.
From the top with the splash.
Took a gamble once, took a gamble again, and hit the jackpot twice.
Rikishi coming up short in this gauntlet match. He's eliminated.
And another one bites the dust, but there are 3 opponents still on their way. This gauntlet just got more interesting with the arrival of Jamal. attitude at this point has got to say something.
From the top. Are you kidding me? Reigns establishing the upper hand. Watch out.
High impact. Fortune favors the bold. These risks could be a winning strategy.
And at this point in the gauntlet, are you gentlemen
Sky high. Whoa, look out. I can't believe what we just saw.
I can't believe that didn't miss.
and from the top?
Look out below! The airtime, the fearlessness. What a ridiculous maneuver to the outside.
Lift off.
Taking a flight to nowhere.
What a spectacular misfire.
And that is why we say, don't try this at home, viewers, because of terrible miscalculations like that.
And he gets set back into the ring.
I am not believing what I'm seeing.
He's taken. Man, a helter-skelter attitude here. Getting to the bottom and going back to the top again and again.
And my word, this is a match for the ages.
This has been a monumental affair.
Fires back with a crucial elbow.
Catches a punch.
Jamal just getting knocked around.
You gotta wonder, what does this do to Jamal's confidence?
Suplex.
Launched.
Oh man, kick to the face.
And he's being somewhat backed into a corner right now.
A complete stalemate of reversals here. Neither one giving an inch.
Oh, ended up getting caught up in the air.
Ooh, stiff punch.
Roman being the aggressor.
Reigns is picking up steam.
Into a dragon screw leg whip.
Big splash.
And Reigns reverses. Here's a cover. Could be it. Oh, got the shoulder up just at the last minute. At 2.5, he kicked out. Bang, what a boot.
Reigns has his opponent in a fireman's carry and switches into a flapjack.
Quick jab gets him out of trouble.
Superstar setting up. Aggressive side slam. Turns that away.
Roman Reigns with a schoolboy pinning combination. No!
Cover.
There's two. Yeah, no. He doesn't get the three.
A long 2.5 in the waning moments of this match. That can be Jamal's demise.
Is it enough? The cover. Two. It's a Jamal is through in this gauntlet match.
They are out of here.
And after this, 2 more entrants to go. This is interesting. Fatu getting in on this gauntlet action.
What a spear by Reigns.
Reigns put his stamp on this one.
Cover. Two. Oh, not yet. They just got the shoulder up.
No telling how much surviving that will cost them.
I don't know how someone kicks out of that. I don't know how you can still be standing.
And Reigns absolutely can't believe it, but he cannot let that slow him down. Cover. Two. No. Kick out at 2.
Somehow, some way, he is still in this.
Crushing impact in the corner. And an elbow for good measure.
And as we get deeper into this war for the head of the table, the WWE Universe has gained hope. They're starting to believe a miracle is possible tonight.
Double leg takedown, got the shoulders down. And there's the cover.
That's it, it's over. Fatu's taken out of this gauntlet match.
We've seen twists and turns, but here's our last entrant.
The next combatant is Haku, who's ready to take a crack at this gauntlet. Going for the win, not letting up.
No way, no way.
I don't know how he did it, but he's hanging in there.
Just how much pain is he willing to endure in this match?
Roman has been denied. This is not something we're used to seeing, and by the looks of things, neither is Reigns.
Textbook jumping clothesline.
Oof. One final adversary stands in the way. The road has been tumultuous, but the finish line is in sight.
Finish the job on your fellow brethren, and there will be no question as to who sits at the head of the table.
Someone up high. Oh, man.
Distress showing in the face of Haku.
Looks like Haku is having trouble generating any sort of defense.
Kick to the gut. And a big right hand.
Going up to the top now.
From the top. Elbow drop.
Reigns hits it. Reigns got all of it.
Is it enough? Is this the end? 2. Roman Reigns is your winner tonight.
మొత్తం కంప్లీట్.
The winner of this match, and officially, your Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns.
The battlefield was laid out. The gauntlet was fierce. Pain will live tomorrow. Scars will remain for life. But in this family, you will rule